Your very first keyword of the day. We start at 6 a.m. We go all the way to 7 p.m. Top of the hour, we give you a keyword. The more of those keywords you text in to 33986, the better your chance to win $1,000. The first keyword is bicycle, a word I always have a hard time spelling, so I will spell it for you. Bicycle, bicycle. Text it to 33986 now for your chance to win $1,000 a day with X96, powered by Cypress Credit Union.
Radio from hell.
here?
Because
this is just how we're going to start the show.
Sure.
Every day from now on.
What?
Why?
No, it just happened.
What? Huh.
40 years ago today,
Ah.
Bowie released his 15th studio album, Let's Dance, featuring a lot of songs, including that one that people forget about.
And Stevie Ray Vaughan on guitar.
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
David Bowie did not write the music for that.
No.
Wrote the lyrics, Giorgio Moroder. And I remember going to the movie Cat People.
Mm-hmm.
And it was such a relief when the movie was over and that song came on, because that song was pretty much the only good part of the movie.
It was the reason you were there, was for the song.
I don't even know if I knew that the song was going to happen. I suffered through the movie going, this is
Not a good movie.
It's boring.
Yeah.
But wasn't there sexy time in it?
A little. Yeah. But
It
it just
wasn't
didn't,
enough
No,
to-
no. It just, I did.
I never saw it.
It was
was not
just
good.
kind of slow and silly and
It was not good.
it was pretentious. It was trying to be.
Yeah.
But then, as the credits started, heard that opening note of that song, and I went, yeah, and I went, oh, what? Well, this is interesting.
More of this.
Yeah.
Where was this the whole time?
Yeah, I was looking here in the Wikipedia to see who's playing the guitar, and I
That's
didn't.
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
I didn't
is
get
all
it.
over-
But there you go.
Gina
Dance.
can name that guitarist, if it's Stevie Ray Vaughan.
I can do it with other guys too.
You can, yeah.
To do it with his brother
Jimmy.
Jimmy Ray Vaughan.
No, it's just
and
Jimmy Vaughan.
his uncle Paul Ray
There's
Vaughan.
no more Ray.
Gina,
They're just-
for comic purposes, it
Oh.
would be better to have Ray in all of their mother, Ellen Ray Vaughan. You know, for comic purposes.
And there's his Shakespearean actor brother, Macduff.
Ray Vaughan.
Macduff.
Ray Vaughan.
Shakespeare?
Duff.
Ray Vaughan Macduff.
Yes.
All right.
Gina.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
What? What?
No, nothing. I was going to go further with that, but I decided not to, because it would just turn into a rant, which we don't need this
That's
morning.
what this whole part of the show's about. We can rant. That's farting around.
Well, I don't think you. Is it? Maybe we should change it to ranting.
Ranting around?
An elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
There you go.
Elegant.
There are a lot of tracks on Let's Dance, as I recall.
Yeah, there's about 6 of them.
Was that all? I thought there were like a bunch of different. It says here that Bowie ran into. He didn't like the original recording, and I don't know if that is the original recording or the one he remade.
I think this is the remake. There's 8 tracks on Let's Dance.
But they're all of his biggest hits, I think.
Pretty
or
much.
Some of them.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of them. You got Modern Love, you got China Girl,
and
Let's Dance.
Says he ran into Queen while he was re-recording this, at some recording studio, and that resulted in Under Pressure. They just kind of,
hey, while we're here,
yeah, hey, you know what?
We should do a thing.
And they did, which is
when really talented people run into each other, it's like when you're carrying a jar of peanut butter and somebody else is eating a chocolate bar, and you run into each other on the sidewalk, and something better is made.
It's like what we wish would happen here every morning and never does. You know, really talented people running into one another, but in this case, it just doesn't. So this is which?
This is more from Let's Dance that are not the hits.
No, I don't know this one.
This is Without You.
No doubt about who it is. This was his what album? How many?
15th.
15th? And this is where he finally had huge hits. Isn't that odd?
And part of it was, thank you MTV.
Yes.
David Bowie really lent himself to the medium of videos. He was a perfect artist to dive into that.
Now, if you listen to Nile Rodgers, what he'll tell you is that the Let's Dance album is his album.
Uh-huh. I think I've heard that.
He says, I did everything. Bowie sat out in the foyer and smoked cigarettes and wrote down some words, and that was pretty much it.
Okay, we're ready for you, David. Come on in and sing. Come on.
That wouldn't surprise me, or if the truth is somewhere in between.
Yeah, I mean, and what's wrong with that?
He needed a hit after the album that he had before that, which I can't remember right now, was just such a failure that his record company dropped him.
Really?
So he went to
album number 14. They dropped him.
They dropped him. Said sorry, no good. So he went to Rodgers and said, I need some hits. Okay, you come to me for the hits, because again,
Nile Rodgers has done everything.
There are like a dozen people who are responsible for all of the songs that you like.
Yeah. Well, that's nothing wrong with that. If it's David, come on in and sing now.
Yeah.
And this is going to be blasphemy, me saying this, but when Duran Duran comes to town, I'm more excited about the Nile Rodgers part of that concert than I am about the Duran Duran part.
You blaspheme.
I know.
You blaspheme. What is the Nile Rodgers part of that when Duran Duran is here?
Well, a couple different things. Chic is opening for them.
That's right. That's Nile Rodgers.
But
yeah.
I'm guessing Nile himself will play some stuff with Duran Duran because he has done stuff with Duran Duran. He did Power Station with. I mean, he's like every iteration of that. He's got his fingers in.
Exactly.
Yeah. So he's really the genius behind Duran Duran.
Well. Again, arguments can be made.
I mean, Duran Duran came to him and said, "We need some hits." Okay.
You want me to join up? Sure. Here's
so what
it'll
this
cost
tells
you.
me is Nile Rodgers should have a bigger house than any of these people, and I bet he doesn't.
Probably not.
Well, why would you say you bet he doesn't? I think he's probably just fine.
I want Nile Rodgers to have a bigger house because that's how you gauge success. Whoever has
the house?
the biggest.
I thought
house.
it was car.
I follow all these real estate things on Instagram just because it's fun because they, take you on tours of nice houses. Mm-hmm. And there's one called Celebrity Listings, and they'll show you houses that,
that celebrities have.
And you get a tour of them. And there was one yesterday that was Coldplay's manager.
The manager of Coldplay.
The manager, so not Coldplay.
All right.
The manager of Coldplay has put his home in Beverly Hills for sale for $17 million. That's the manager.
So what you're saying is it's the manager of Coldplay, not Coldplay?
But think how nice Chris Martin's house must be. If this is just the manager's house is $17 million.
It's not as nice. He had to give half of his to Gwyneth.
Gwyneth Paltrow. He now lives in the potting shed in the back. I think there's something to be said for a guy like Nile Rodgers, and he must not really care about being a big star. You know what I mean? He just.
I don't know.
I mean, he could be like a big just solo. Everybody, it's Nile Rodgers, but he likes collaborating with other people and being the guy who can say, yeah, that David Bowie album, that's really mine.
That's mine.
That's my record.
I did that.
Yep.
It's really mine.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Much like Gina probably does with this show. When she's with her friend, she says, that whole show, that's mine.
That's mine.
I'm really the one. All right, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and officially begin the Radio from Hell show. And we'll take your check-ins, too, if you'd like. 877-602-9696 is the number. You can check in with us here on Friday. What you got going for the weekend? You going to come and see me at the IFA tomorrow from 11 to 1? 1147 West, 2100 South. You going to do that? What will you do for your weekend? 877-602-9696 is the number. Call us.
It's Utah winners only in the X96 1K.
Today's word is barium. Spell it with me now, B-A-R-I-U-M, barium. Now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as those two faithful Utah men, Levar and Legrand. Join us as a conversation takes place in Levar's trailer as our two friends eat lunch together. The word again is barium.
Hey, what's that funny smell in the trailer here, Levar? I just about can't stand it.
What?
I mean, your trailer usually smells pretty bad, but this is about the worst. Pass me the tartar sauce and lemon wedges, please.
Here you go. Well, Legrand, the smell you smell could be emanating from any one of a number of sources. Could be coming from that garbage pail I keep over there by the fridge.
Ew.
Or from that pile of garbage I keep under the trailer. Or, you know, it could be wafting in from that landfill right next door. Then what you could be smelling is my feet, because I ain't changed these socks for about a fortnight. That's 2 weeks, you know. I've been reading the Reader's Digest condensed Shakespeare.
No, it don't smell like none of those things. It smells kind of like a old lily pond or like a fish market or something. It's a wet kind of dead smell.
Wet and dead? Oh, it must be my goldfish. They both passed away a few days ago. See? They're just floating in the jar over there.
Oh, no. When did the poor little things die?
Well, it's been a while. When I saw them floating in the jar there, I thought they was sleeping. I kept giving them food, and they wasn't eating it, so I figured out that they was dead. Poor little Jaws and poor little Flipper. Ain't never gonna swim again.
Oh, no.
Ain't never gonna respond to my call. Ain't never gonna snuggle up to my finger when I reach in to pet him. Ain't never gonna bring me my slippers again. Guess I'll just flush him down the crapper.
No! No, you can't do that!
Well,
them fish brought you your slippers?
Well, they hadn't mastered it yet, but I was training them. And why can't I drop them in the bowl and pull the lever?
Because it would destroy their immortal souls. Going down the sewer is like being cast into outer darkness. They need to receive a proper funeral so they can be reunited forever in heaven. They was married, wasn't they?
Well, I guess. So now what you're saying is I need to dig a hole and bury them?
Yep. Have a ceremony and bury them.
Well, I tell you, Legrand, I love these little fishy friends of mine. But I think you're out of your nut. Besides, it's too much trouble to dig a hole and bury them. This watery grave is like being buried at sea. Goodbye, little fishies.
You're a cold man, Levar. Hey, you gonna eat the rest of your fish sticks?
This over with.
All right, let's officially begin the show, and then we will go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I got excited for a second. I looked at the phone screen, and I said, oh, go, it's Larry from Ogden. And then I looked closer. No, and no offense, Lane, but I said, oh, no, it's just Lane from Ogden.
Are we worried about Larry?
We haven't heard
from Larry.
Haven't heard from him. Yeah, haven't heard from Larry for a long time. Larry from Ogden, who lives in Colorado. But we'll get to you in a second, Lane, and there are a couple of lines open 877-602-9696. You can also text 33986. Gina.
The Stateroom presents, bringing you live music memories. Deadheads, listen up. The Garcia Project is coming to the Stateroom this Friday, April 14th. Special guests, the Pranksters, get tickets and the full lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
Well, if we're lucky, the sun will rise today at 6:50 a.m., and then it will do its job and set at 8:05 p.m. The moon is a waning crescent moon, 37.2% of full. The moon will set today at 1:45 p.m., today being Friday. It's the 14th day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. 131 days, Gina, until August 22nd.
Okay.
August 22nd is National Tooth Fairy Day.
Ooh.
Celebrating, it says here, the excitement and wonder of kids losing their teeth.
There is a period of time where there's excitement and wonder. It's a short period of time.
To me, I remember it as being mostly painful and unpleasant.
Yeah, I hated it.
Yeah. On the average, the Tooth Fairy collects around 300,000 teeth from children every night. About 10 years ago, the Tooth Fairy paid $1 for a tooth, while today, due to inflation, they're paying up to $5 for a single tooth. And this is the...
Or however much cash Mom has on hand for the tooth.
And this is the There's Kids Screwing Their Parents Out of Money edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. Radio from Hell, putting the bite on a listening audience for decades. Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer. Yay, Katie. Cameron Diaz. This is her last day with us today. Aww. Now, I get one more Diaz day tomorrow at the IFA. She'll be there with me. But Cameron Diaz's last day as an intern here, and I believe Dawson is here somewhere helping out as well.
Back to the Tooth Fairy real quick.
Yeah.
If you want something to haunt you your entire weekend,
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Google image Tooth Child Candle Cove.
Tooth Child Candle Cove.
I said only.
Boy. Yeah.
Only
Oh.
if you want something to haunt you all weekend.
It's pretty creepy.
I remember watching that show, and just
Yeah.
that was just the creepiest damn thing.
And, you know, the Tooth Fairy, what does with all those 300,000 teeth, builds little houses with it.
According to this, it makes a little boy out of it.
Well, that
Anyway.
tooth child. Yeah. All right.
All right. Let's begin with Lane.
Hi, Lane. You're the. Thanks for hanging on, by the way. You
It's all good.
You are the person who has called so far. I'm expecting others, however, at 877-602-9696. What's up with you today?
I'm backed into Fresenius up here in Ogden, getting my cardboard off the trailer.
Oh, you're the truck driving guy.
Oh yeah.
Bill
Yeah.
wants your job.
It's
He
about
thinks it
40
sounds
years.
great.
40 years you've been doing that.
Wow.
Yep,
Do you find it pleasant? Do you like it?
it pays good.
Well-
The traffic's getting so bad anymore.
Yeah. How big is the truck that you wheel up and down the Wasatch Front?
It's a 3-axle Kenworth and a 53-foot dry van.
Oh, there you go. That's a big rig. And do you go how far north and how far south?
We go as far as Logan and then as far south as L.A., but I don't do it at L.A. when they got dedicated drivers to do that. I sleep in my own bed 7 nights a week.
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice. Who knew there was so much cardboard moving around the West?
When I went to work here, I'm like, dang, I said, there's a lot of people buying cardboard. You know? And the plant's down in Spanish Fork, and I live in Riverton, so I have to run down to Linden where our shop is. The truck is not too bad of a commute at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, 40 years you've been doing this.
But
Are you going to retire soon?
No, I'll have to work till I die.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yep.
I know the feeling.
But I won't be attending your IFA there because I got one just down the street in Riverton that I go to every year.
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to be at that one. Come to the
I
one
know.
I'm at.
There's
You
free
chose the
hot
wrong one to
dogs.
go to.
We got free hot dogs and, as Gina said, and a pet.
Yep, and free hats, and they got all their winter wear is marked down like crazy.
There you go.
Here, I'm going to get me some Carhartts. So Lane, come and see
Well,
me.
there you go.
Come and see me tomorrow, between 11 and 1 at the IFA here in Salt Lake. Okay.
Well, maybe I'll stop by there too.
All right, we'll talk to you
All
later.
my tractor buddies go to the one out there in Riverton. I gotta stop seeing my tractor buddies.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. But just
Bill's
make
your
an
radio
exception.
buddy.
Yeah, make an exception. Come and see me at the IFA in Salt
I'll be
Lake.
doing both.
All right.
All right.
We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Lane.
Bye.
Hey, have a good weekend.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Lane. Stay in your lane. All right.
He's our buddy, isn't he?
Jared.
Hi, Jared. You're in Kaysville?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, is flooding sort of let up there?
You know, actually where we're at is not too bad. Surprisingly, I think it's closer to the bench where that road kind of gave way, if you saw anything about that. But
Yeah.
where we're at is not been too bad.
Good.
Luckily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else is up?
And I was just calling to say that I love the program. I've listened to you guys for a few years and appreciate everything. And also to see we're trying to buy a house, and you guys have been, you get a pretty good reception of what it's like out there. Has it always felt this impossible, or is this particularly bad compared to what you see?
It's particularly bad right now.
It's harder now.
It's bad.
I'm sorry to say.
Are you working with a realtor and a mortgage company, or what are you doing?
We're just working with a lender right now, and there's some properties for sale by owner that we're considering, and trying to cut costs where we can, but it just, every time I look at it, it feels more and more impossible.
Yeah.
I know it is rough, but hang in there.
That is our friend Lolly still helping people with down payment assistance?
I don't have
You
any
don't
new
have that
information
right there?
on that.
Yeah.
Getting a realtor was the best decision that we made when we got a house, because we were able to find the one that we're in now. And we shopped. We saw like 10 different ones before we got to the one that we're in now.
But we've all been in our houses for a long time.
Yeah.
I
can't imagine.
I don't envy having to look for one right now.
Do you have a realtor, Jared? You said a lender, but do you have a realtor?
There's a realtor we used when we looked a few years ago, and I thought it was bad then, and made the horrible mistake and stopped looking. But so we're considering using her in the future. She was great, and it just seems like the percentages are exponentially worse.
It is.
Obviously,
But a realtor's really worth the.
It's worth the money.
It's worth it. So, just keep plugging away. You'll find something.
Good. I appreciate that. But you guys are awesome. Thanks
All right.
for
All right.
doing the
See you later.
program, and have a good weekend.
Thanks, Jared.
You too.
Bye-bye.
I didn't know we could offer such great
Jason
real estate advice. Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Are you in Ogden?
I guess.
I guess.
I'm driving from Ogden, heading to Salt Lake up by the University of Utah for work.
Okay. You live in Ogden, though.
Yes, I have my whole life.
Where in Ogden do you live?
Well, I grew up in Far West, and then the city bought my parents' house, moved to Harrisville, and now I'm staying in the Uinta area in South Ogden.
Oh, that's a nice area. I like that area. Well, what anything you wanted to say in particular for checking in with us this morning?
No, not really. Just driving to work, hoping I can get into Salt Lake before the traffic hits.
You can do it.
What part of town? What part of town you headed to?
Heading up by the university.
Listen,
Hospital.
You got to spare a few minutes to swing downtown and pick up a coffee mug today?
I possibly could. How late would I be able to go? I'm not sure when I'll be done working.
9 to 5 is when the office is open.
I can try and get down there.
All right.
Hang on the line, Jason. We'll make sure you get a Radio from Hell coffee mug that you can take back up to the Uinta area with you.
Hang on.
All right?
All right. Let's see. Mr. and Mrs. Ron the Carpenter coming to see you tomorrow at IFA.
Yeah, good.
Teacher Emily checking in. Happy it's finally Friday. Chef Roy checking in. This weekend I'll be fixing a broken bolt weld on my driver's side seat so that I don't go flying if and when I get into an accident. Shout out to Jivin Scientists playing at Quarters Bars in downtown Saturday.
Jivin Scientists.
No idea. Johnny B checking in. 5 mini split ceiling cassettes showed up yesterday. They are for my air conditioning. I've been waiting for them since Christmas. I shall interrupt my electric wire endeavors to get them put in this weekend. This house will never be done. Sid, I'm having a belated birthday dinner tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to see Bill and Boopa Chick.
Oh!
Hey!
At the petting zoo.
Ah.
Boopa Chick. Heather Louise and Clementine the cat checking in from Harrisburg, PA. Nick Gurr checking in. I'm glad the snow's gone, but worried about the flooding. Going to pack some sandbags this weekend. All right. Well, traffic, please.
Okay, so there's some overnight closures in Davis County this weekend. Friday and Saturday, 8 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. Saturday to Sunday, 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. Sunday to Monday, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. This is northbound I-15 in Davis County. They're going to close from Parish Lane to Park Lane. You'll just have to use Legacy Parkway as an alternate route. They're putting those bridges in up there. I don't have it in front of me, but I understood that they were going to be doing the bridge on 13th East going over I-80 this weekend, too. There'll be some overnight closures in that area as well. And if you see something, you can say something and text us, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. 33986 is where you do that. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Big Boy News and Opinioendo and Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. We'll tell you how to play that game coming up.
Win one.
Very strange enchanted boy.
I think Kyle Brown would be delighted, and if he's listening, he is delighted with the sudden shift in gears that we do on this show, from being silly and stupid to something serious. Kyle Brown, if you don't know, we have a few new listeners. They've identified themselves today. He was on our show for many years. He called in and did just skits, I guess you'd call them, little bits on the radio. Yeah. He was really funny, and we enjoyed him a lot. We found out that Kyle was ill. He has ALS, and that's fatal. And so he's been sending us a weekly letter, and here it is today. I titled this one. I titled them all, but this one's called Tying Up Loose Ends. Over the weekend, we had my will notarized.
Ooh.
And the medical directives all signed. The medical directives are just saying that I just want no life-saving measures made, only comfort measures. That was my Saturday. One evening last week, my father was locking up their church building. He was doing this because the person that was supposed to had slipped and fallen on the ice the night before. Well, my father also fell on the ice, breaking 4 ribs and puncturing a lung. He spent 5 days in the ICU, but he is recovering now. He's in his late 70s, and it was very scary for a couple of days. They say you never want to bury your children. Well, he gave it a heck of a shot, but he'll still have to do it.
Oh, jeez.
I'm still working full-time. That's something I take some pride in. I've been trying to pay our mortgage in advance so my wife doesn't have to worry about it a few months after I die. I'm sure she'll have trouble working a few weeks immediately after. I'm also tying up some other things financially for my family. I won't go into that, but of course I worry about them when I'm gone. I do carry a small life insurance policy, but I've heard horror stories about them paying out with ALS. I can't imagine. My speech decline had stopped for a couple of months, as in it remained the same for a while now, but then last week it made up for it, and it has declined significantly in the last 8 days. Now even my wife can hardly understand me. Everything is in a fast decline now. Legs, arms, hands, voice, swallowing. I guess I deserve, duh, on that since I have bulbar ALS and I have passed my expiration date. I found out that I'll hit another goal later this week. I will live to see the movie Magic Mike's Last Dance.
Oh, God.
Although another goal I thought I'd reach, but now maybe not, is the release of the new Depeche Mode album.
Well,
it's called Memento Mori. It was supposed to be released last week, but has been pushed back to March 17th. This will sound silly, but I worry about the new album because Depeche Mode is and has always been my wife's favorite band. The name of the new album, Memento Mori, is Latin for Remember You Must Die. So the timing is a little bit ironic for my wife. These are the things in my mind this last week. Some are normal, some are not. I am spending more and more time planning my funeral. I don't think my wife will be able to handle it very well. I have to say a big thank you to all of you listeners who have emailed me. It's been very kind of you to do that. I would say to the listeners, remember, you must die. We all die. I just have an idea of when, and it's soon. You're all fine. Cheers, Kyle. Look over there.
Kyle, I have a gift for you. Now, the Depeche Mode album has been pushed back, but they're releasing a new song on Thursday. Now, Kyle.
Hang in there.
I can't play you the entire song.
You mean right now?
But I can play you a snippet.
Oh.
Okay.
I am legally not able to play the entire song for you, Kyle, so here you go. Again, that's all I can play.
Wow. But Thursday, you'll be here Thursday, Kyle.
Can you email Kyle the song?
No.
Not the entire song.
Not legally?
This is all that I am allowed. This is all they've given me right now.
If anybody wants to break the law and email Kyle the song, if you have it, here's his email address. He does appreciate the emails from you. It's Kyle Brown, and his email is KRB, the numbers 76 @hotmail.com.
We'll play that Thursday at about 9:45.
So hang in there, Kyle.
Thursday. He'll be here.
You'll be here Thursday, 9:45. All right. Just hang in there a little bit longer, Kyle. I do, but
Mm-hmm.
you know. 6:41. We've got Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. You will be presented a list of celebrities, 4 of them. 3 of them are fine, just fine. 1 is dead. If you pick the dead one correctly, you will win.
You will win Offspring tickets.
Offspring tickets, 877-602-9696. We will play that game right after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollment for fall semester.
Well, Gina sent me this story yesterday. I was shocked, I tell you, when I read about it. Anne Perry, a prolific British crime writer with a murderous past, was brought to life in Peter Jackson's 1994 film Heavenly Creatures, has died. She was 84. Perry died in a Los Angeles hospital Monday. Her literary agent, Meg Davis, told the New York Times Ms. Perry's health had declined since she had a heart attack in December. Perry's 1979 debut novel, The Cater Street Hangman, and her 1993 historical mystery, A Sudden Fearful Death, are among the author's numerous period thrillers. But for nearly 2 decades of her soaring literary career, nobody knew that crime writer Anne Perry was actually the teenage murderer Juliet Hulme at age 15. Juliet Hulme, or Ms. Perry, served 5 years in prison for her part in the bludgeoning death of Honora Mary Parker, her best friend Pauline Parker's mother.
She murdered a lady.
In Christchurch, New Zealand. She didn't just murder her, beat her to death with a brick in a sock.
Wow.
The two plotted murder using a brick stuffed inside of a stocking and wrote of the details and anticipation in journals that were found by the police. Quote, "Why can't I be judged for who I am now, not who I was then?" Perry asked in a 2003 interview with The Guardian. "I had to give up my past, the hardest thing imaginable, and begin life in my new identity as Anne Perry, knowing even a tiny slip could unravel anything. What about the woman that you murdered?" I don't feel sorry for you in the slightest.
I'm surprised that she was able to pull this off.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And Amelia Bobby Brown is engaged. Do you know to whom?
I do.
Yeah, of course you do.
I get Bon Jovi alerts on my phone.
Jake Bon Jovi, the son of John Bon Jovi.
Is he a flat earther too?
I don't know. He has a different last name than his dad, though. His last name is Bon Jovi, and his dad's last name is just Bon Jovi
with a J.
Yeah.
Instead of a G.
Millie Bobby Brown and her boyfriend Jake Bon Jovi officially taking things to the next level. The young couple are announcing their engagement or have announced their engagement. And it's just sweet.
Good for them.
It's really sweet. The weather may not be picture perfect for tourism here in Utah, but the dip in temperatures that we experienced yesterday did provide some good news in regard to neighborhood flooding.
Slowed things down a bit.
Colder temperatures slowed the runoff in parts of the state, allowing a voluntary evacuation order near Immigration Creek in Salt Lake to be lifted. Mayor Aaron Mendenhall made the announcement in an afternoon briefing, adding that volunteers will not be needed to fill sandbags. Last night is when they said, "Yep, you can stay home." But opportunities will be available Saturday morning as things heat up again. The update comes hours after a state of emergency was declared in Salt Lake County following intense and destructive flooding Tuesday and Wednesday caused by quickly melting snows. I was up in the area of 15th East and 15th South yesterday, and as I looked southward down 15th East, I could see 17th South totally blocked off.
Really?
Yeah, it's just you. If I wanted to go south, I wouldn't have been able to get to past 17th South. It was blocked off with sandbag walls and things. April marks the 40th year since a massive landslide and flood destroyed an entire town here in Utah, Thistle.
Yep.
It's been 40 years since the mudslide was triggered in Spanish Fork Canyon, destroying the small town of Thistle. If you head down Highway 89, you might even now miss it as you drive by. All that remains are just a few foundations of structures and a a telephone pole, and there is a house with just a roof visible above the water that you can see sometimes. You can see roofs of old houses still perched on the hillside, said Bill Keach, Utah Geological Survey Director. He was an undergraduate student in geology at BYU in April of '83. We came up here and actually watched the slide, he said. He vividly remembers the massive landslide that was triggered near where Highway 6 and 89 intersect in Utah County. As I recall, no one was injured in that. They sort of had an idea what was coming, and everybody got out. And there weren't a lot of people living in that little community of Thistle. The mud did spill over the highway at the same time, and it said it was moving 3.5 feet per hour. There's a picture at x96.com/live of, I think that was a few days after the slide. House Speaker Brad Wilson is exploring a potential challenge to Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
Who cares? I mean,
I do.
You do?
I don't want him to be our senator.
No, I don't.
I care.
I don't.
You should care too, Bill.
I don't.
Not caring is not helping.
I'm not. Just gives me the creeps, that's all. A proposed referendum on the new Utah state flag has failed to gather enough signatures to qualify for the November ballot.
Good. Can we move on to more important things?
People apparently just said, just fine. It's fine. Just let it be the flag.
And tomorrow, you will have our new T-shirt.
Yes,
which is sort of like the flag, the new flag.
Reminiscent.
There was a referendum to try to get us to stop making the T-shirt.
Yes,
but it failed, and so we do have the T-shirt.
We did get 5 signatures.
Yes.
But
it's the X96 Utah flag T-shirt. And I'll be giving some of those away tomorrow at IFA between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. 1147, I believe it is, West, 2100 South. There's a petting zoo and hot dogs and me, Bill Allred. Join us. This is just creepy. A missile fired by North Korea yesterday, an intercontinental ballistic missile launch, and it was so concerning to Japan that Japan briefly urged residents on a northern island to take shelter.
Oh, really? Good.
In an indication of its vigilance over North Korea's evolving missile threats. And that, the Japanese and the North Koreans, they're not friendly in the slightest. No. Japan, the missile was launched on a high angle from near the North Korean capital of Pyongyang and fell into the waters between the Korean peninsula and Japan following a 620-mile flight. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said in a statement they tracked it. It described its range as medium or longer. The U.S. National Security Council called it a long-range missile, and Japan's government said it likely had intercontinental range. South Korea's military believes North Korea launched this new type of ballistic missile, possibly using a solid fuel. A defense official said under the condition of anonymity because I'm not supposed to be saying anything at this point. But it was enough of a threat that Japan said maybe
y'all should take cover,
take some shelter just in case. But it did fall into the sea. The merchant of death, Victor Bout.
Yes,
he's the guy that we traded him for Brittany Griner. She got her out of jail in Russia. He's a notorious Russian arms dealer.
Yeah, not a fair trade.
Yeah. He's not a good guy.
He wired a telegram on, well, tell that to Brittany Griner's family, Gina. I'm sure they're happy to have her out.
I don't disagree.
Victor Bout said he wired a telegram, which I didn't know you could still do telegrams.
Telegrams? Is that a thing?
On April 7th to Donald Trump, warning Donald Trump that his life is in peril and urging him to move to Russia for his own protection.
Oh.
Good.
Do that.
The Biden administration will not stop just by dragging you through the court prison industrial complex. They would sooner end your life than let you stand in their way, Bout's message said. A photo of the telegram. There's a photo of the telegram, so I guess they really do have telegrams still. Right. But he says to Trump, come and seek asylum in Russia. You'll be very happy here. I think you should do it.
Yeah. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, our resident rabid Utah gymnastics fan checking in. We've advanced to the finals last night. Miley O'Keefe won the individual beam and the all-around. I think she got a 10 on the beam. Final Four meet is Saturday at 2 p.m. on ABC and ESPN. Thank you, whoever sent that in. I did have that story I was going to do, but I like to do it your way. Real Salt Lake, I believe they are on the road tomorrow. It's a 6:30 game against FC Dallas. Weather, Bill was kind of talking about that a little bit. We're cooler today. Tomorrow we're in the low to mid 50s, it looks like. Overnight lows in the 30s. That should help slow down some of the melt. But then we creep back up into the 70s for Sunday and Monday. 72 for a high on Monday, it looks like. Traffic. Davis County I-15 weekend closures. Heads up to northbound travelers. You're going to need to use Legacy Parkway as an alternate route. Closures from Parish Lane to Park Lane, it looks like. These are overnight closures, 8 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. Friday through Saturday. Saturday to Sunday, 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. Sunday to Monday, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. That's traffic.
Where does that music come from, Frank? When you appear in the studio, this is Frank Chris, the celebrity Grim Reaper. No, he's not a celebrity. He's the Reaper of celebrities. A Grim Reaper, but so it gets cold, and this organ music just starts up out of nowhere.
It's a little Bluetooth speaker I've got right here.
On your scooter there.
Pairs with the scooter.
I see. Frank Christ has joined us. Oh, Frank, it's just a sad story.
You got the runaround yesterday, didn't you, Frank?
Oh, yes. It was a busy day.
What happened?
Well, Drake Bell was missing and endangered.
Well, he's not considered a celebrity anymore, is he?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
And so they weren't sure. It was a possibility that Frank's services would be required, but they ended up finding him.
Yeah, I dashed off to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm there a lot.
Yes.
And, but he's fine. He's just fine.
All right. Frank has joined us here in the studio. Every weekday we play a game called Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Frank gives me a list of 4 celebrities, 4 names, and he says, do a little research on these, Bill. 3 of them on the list you'll find are...
But they're fine. They're just fine.
But one of them, Frank has taken away, a precious celebrity no longer with us.
Oh.
And it's the contestant's job to figure out which one on the list is dead, and who do we have to play?
Chelsea.
Chelsea, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Okay. Thank you. Of course you are. Chelsea, I'm going to read you these names. You tell me who is dead and what can Chelsea win, Gina?
Chelsea, we've got tickets to see The Offspring with Sum 41 and Simple Plan live at USANA Amphitheater on August 3rd.
All right, here we go, Chelsea. These names that Frank gave me, these are cast members of the second highest grossing film of the year 2000. That film being Gladiator.
Oh.
All right, so these are stars from that movie. Number 1, Derek Jacobi started his professional acting career with Laurence Olivier as one of the founding members of the Royal National Theatre. He won numerous awards, including a BAFTA, Olivier Awards, Primetime Emmy Awards, Screen Actors Guild, and a Tony Award. Mr. Jacobi was given a knighthood for his services to theater by Queen Elizabeth II. He played Senator Gracchus in Gladiator. That's Derek Jacobi. Number 2 on the list, Oliver Reed. His notable films including, of course, playing Bill Sikes in the Best Picture Oscar winner Oliver. He was also in one of my favorite movies, Women in Love. He played Athos in The Three Musketeers and The Four Musketeers. And in Gladiator, Oliver Reed played Antonius Proximo, the old gruff gladiator trainer in that movie. Number 3 on the list, Tommy Flanagan, best known for his role as Chibs on Sons of Anarchy and its spin-off, Mayans MC. He was in Braveheart. He was in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and he played Cicero in Gladiator. He was the loyal servant to Maximus the Gladiator. Number 3 is Tommy Flanagan. And number 4, Connie Nielsen. Her feature film debut was in the Jerry Lewis French film, Par où tu rentres en ta pas sautir. She moved to the United States and made her first appearance in a major English language film after being in that Jerry Lewis film, called The Devil's Advocate, starring opposite Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves. In Gladiator, Connie Nielsen played Lucilla in Gladiator. She was the former consort to the former girlfriend of the Gladiator. All right, those are the four people in Gladiator. Do you know, Chelsea, which one is dead?
I'm gonna guess B.
B, Oliver Reed? That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Oliver Reed died in 1999 at the age of 61.
He died during the filming of Gladiator.
He did indeed. As a matter of fact, I think they had to sort of cobble together some scenes, using like a double and things like that. So congratulations, Chelsea. You win tickets to see The Offspring.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hang on the line, and somebody will tell you how to get those tickets.
Oh, well, I've got to go.
Yeah?
Pete Rose is 82
Oh, yeah, go check on
today,
him.
so I've got to go and check on him.
Okay.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. I was going to tell him Derek Jacobi's 84. That's even older. All right. There you go.
We got Sean Means reviewing movies coming up, but right after these messages, we have for you your next word, your next chance to win, next entry in the $1,000 a day giveaway. KXRK Provo.
Deli. Deli. Spell it with me now. D-E-L-I. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with Levar and his friend Elder Legrand R. Dunn, Jr. It's Sunday, and Levar has come over to his friend Legrand's home to see why Elder Dunn is not in church. Again, the word is deli. Let's listen.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, Legrand. Home all alone in front of the TV on Sunday? I know, I can see the church parking lot from my trailer home, and when I saw your minivan pull up for the meeting, and your wife Midge and all the little Dunn kids pile out without their daddy, I figured something was up. Something is up, isn't it, Legrand? It ain't like you to miss church. How come you ain't there?
Oh, I ain't feeling well, Levar. I spent the night horking up my guts. I had stuff running out of both ends, Levar. I ain't been up to snuff for the past few months, as a matter of fact. I don't know what is in me, but it ain't fun.
So that's why you ain't in church, huh? Of course, the fact that your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is playing them red-hot Arizona Cardinals today don't have nothing to do with it, does it?
No, it don't. I really am sick. I'm just starting to feel a little bit better right now. My stomach is almost settled.
Oh, looky there. Buddy Ryan is yelling at one of his players. Oh, yuck. Here. Aim for the bucket. Oh, you are a mess, Legrand. A real mess.
I need for you to do me a favor, Levar.
What?
I need you to go to the Circle K and get me some 7-Up. And if you would you just make me up some nice warm milk toast? I need to eat, but it has to be something mild, like milk toast.
Who do you think I am, your wife? Hey, why ain't she here?
She had the Lesson in Relief Society today. Oh, I'm sick.
Look, you got to start taking your vitamins, Legrand. You need to take your vitamin C. You need to take your sulfur pills. You need your cat fur oil. You need your seaweed and plenty of that crab shell calcium and ragweed. You need to take all that stuff on a daily basis.
Every day?
Every day.
I need to take that stuff daily?
Yep, a good handful of vitamins on a daily basis.
I know you don't hardly ever get sick, Levar. You take all them things daily?
Well, that stuff don't work on me like it works on most people. I just try to drink a pint of cheap rum every day. Yep, pint of rot gut hooch deli does the trick for me. Spell it with me now, S-T-I-C-K. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our two Utah friends, Elder Legrand Dunn Jr. and his wayward friend Levar. The boys have gone to a local building supply store for plumbing fixtures. Let's listen as a conversation ensues. Again, the word is stick.
I think you're going to need a few different things to fix up your problem, Levar. Just a tube of caulk ain't going to do the trick.
Well, I'll take your best advice on this job, Legrand. I mean, that toilet's got to where it's leaking so bad, just putting towels around the base ain't holding back the flow no more. I mean, it worked for a couple of months, but this morning I was ankle deep in water, clear out to the kitchen. What do I need to buy here?
Well, first off, you're going to need a wax seal, and then you're going to need to replace that float ball thingy. And then caulking around the base should finish you up.
Well, I guess they should have all that stuff here to Chris and Dick.
Should have. Them two guys know how to stock hardware.
Oh, you know them?
Oh, yeah, sure. They're around here all the time. Oh, look. There's one of them now.
Well, who is it? It's Chris?
No, Stick.
The guy with the beard, Stick?
No, the guy in the Oshkosh overhaul, Stick. The guy with the beard ain't nobody.
Hey, Legrand, look.
What?
Looky, celebrities shop here to Chris and Dick's. Look over there, KSL people. Stick Norris.
It's not him. Oh, but it's Stick's co-worker, KSL people, Bruce Lindsay.
Yeah, Bruce Lindsay. Hey, how come he has a different last name than his dad? Why ain't his last name Norris like his old man's?
It's time for your second keyword in the $1,000 a day giveaway here on X96. All local folks winning this contest, by the way. I know we have listeners outside of the state. Sorry. It's just for local people. The 7 a.m. keyword is spy. Spy. S-P-Y. Spy. Text that to 33986 now for your chance to win $1K a day with X96, powered by Cypress Credit Union.
X96 Radio from
March of the Machines for Magic the Gathering is releasing soon at Haster Games. Don't miss their pre-release events. Pre-register at the store, 6831 South State, or click hastergames.com.
It is time to talk about movies with Sean Means. Sean is culture editor at the Salt Lake Tribune. sltrib.com is the paper of record, where you can find all kinds of news and information. And also, Sean is a movie reviewer. Mostly you'll find his movie reviews at moviecricket.net. And let's have at it. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
I had a busy week, so I only got to 2 movies this week. One art house, one mainstream.
Okay.
The art house one is a real gem, actually. It's called Tori and Lokita. This was at the Cannes Film Festival last year. The filmmaking brothers, the Dardenne brothers, who are like every movie they make is just amazing. This is a social justice movie that plays like a thriller. Lokita is a teen refugee from Africa. She's about 16. She wants to get her papers so she can pull down real jobs in Belgium, where she lives, with her little brother, Tori, who already has his papers. But the government investigator seems suspicious of Lokita. Her answers about how she was reunited with her brother don't match her past answers. So they think there's something hinky going on in the immigration. In the meantime, Tori and Lokita are hustling where they can, mostly delivering weed to clients of a drug dealer known as the Chef, because that's his day job. But Lokita has to send money to her mother in Africa and pay off the smuggler who got them into Belgium. And so, there's never enough money, right? So the Chef offers Lokita a deal to work 3 months isolated in his marijuana grow factory just outside of town, and then he'll get her fake papers.
Okay.
So this is the Dardenne brothers who this is their kind of movie. This sort of slow burn, working class, underclass sort of thing. These tiny people on the margin, tiny movies about people on the margins, and how one little slip up can like screw up your entire lives. And this is actually one of their best movies. It's really powerful. It does, seriously, it plays like a thriller because everything that happens to her with the marijuana grow and her brother and everything is really cool.
You did like it.
3.5 stars for Tori and Lokita, and it's over at the Broadway.
Okay. All right. Renfield.
Well, we should mention The Pope's Exorcist.
Yeah, I was expecting that today.
Opening today was not screened for critics.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe doing the accent that Chris Pratt didn't dare do in the Super Mario Brothers movie. The sort of let's go. Sort of. He's very Italian.
It's a Goomba.
They did not screen that for critics. That's how confident they are in its success.
Is Russell Crowe the Pope or the Exorcist?
He the Exorcist.
Oh,
the Exorcist.
He the Exorcist.
Come on, Gina.
He could have been the Pope.
No.
Why not?
No, he's the muscular hero who casts out demons.
Although he was Superman's dad, so maybe he can pull it off. I don't know.
He as far as I know, it could be a dual role. I don't. I mean, they didn't show it to us. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So Renfield.
So if you know your old movies, you know who Renfield is. He's the bug-eating assistant to Count Dracula.
Master.
Here he's played by Nicholas Hoult, and he's helping Dracula recuperate from his latest run-in with sunlight and holy water. It's a cycle. Every so often, all the people gather together and defeat Dracula. And it's Renfield's job to sort of sweep up the ashes and go someplace to convalesce and bring him back to health, bringing in victims to give him some blood. And so that's the cycle.
It's a thankless job.
It is.
It's a very toxic relationship they have.
Yes, it is, and that's the joke in this movie is that he spends Renfield spends a lot of time as support groups. And not
it's a stressful job.
And he's not doing it because he thinks he has a toxic relationship with his boss, but because he sees from other people's toxic relationships. Okay, if I can solve their problems, I can solve their problems by taking the toxic person and feeding him to Dracula.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a comedy.
And after a while attending these things, it starts to dawn on him like, oh, I'm in a toxic relationship too.
This is a funny premise.
This is a very funny premise.
A great premise. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's grafted onto a really boring plot about gangsters in New Orleans and Aquafina playing the only cop who's not being bribed by the main crime family. And the crime family has lost some minions lately. Gee, I guess where they went.
Okay.
and the hothead son of the crime family, played by Ben Schwartz, thinks Renfield might be the one responsible. So,
all right. And of course, now we have to point out who Dracula is.
Yes, Dracula is okay. That's one of the things that's enjoyable about this movie. I mean, Nicholas Holt's performance is fun. Dracula is played by Nicolas Cage.
Okay.
In the role he was born to play.
In the scenery, I mean,
as over the top as it could possibly be.
No human on earth chews scenery the way Nicolas Cage does, and he gets to do that again. I mean, 35 years ago, he made a movie where he played a guy who thought he was a vampire.
Yeah,
and Vampire's Kiss. If you want to go back and find that in the archives, and so it's like, how long has it taken him to get to actually play?
I am a vampire.
I am a vampire. Yes. Yeah. There's some funny ideas here, but they're sort of at odds with each other. It's like you want to have this satire of self-improvement and toxic relationships, or you can have this over-the-top bloodbath that's so gross that it's comical. But doing both at once just doesn't
work.
Doesn't pay off here. It doesn't come together the way you would hope.
That's
and
too bad.
Yeah, the two Nicholases are the reason to see this movie.
Okay.
And yeah, watching Cage in as you say, the role he was born to play. 2.5 stars.
And it looks like he's playing like two different versions of Dracula to me. I mean, kind of a Bela Lugosi and then kind of a Gary Oldman.
It starts out mostly Bela Lugosi, but then when he's convalescing and it's all makeup effects on his face and everything, it's kind of Bela-ish, or it's kind of Oldman-ish. Yeah.
But I see a scene in the trailer where he kind of like rises up into the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the middle of the support group meeting. Because of course the guy leading the support group is like, come on in.
Yeah.
Like,
You welcome.
You invited me in.
Invited me in, and then so.
Yeah. I love the premise. I do too.
Good idea for a movie. It just doesn't come together.
I'll see it eventually.
And Nicolas Cage looks great. I think, as the vampire.
Yeah, he's got like 300 teeth. It's all good. Yeah.
Does this mean now he's going to finally get around to playing Superman too? Is he going to get to do all the roles?
Sorry.
No, because James Gunn has said no.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe he'll play Superman's dad.
I mean, he's way too old to do it, but he still would if he could.
Oh yeah.
Give him a chance. Somebody throw some money in.
And he did get to play Superman in the Teen Titans Go movie.
No.
That's true.
He did voice Superman.
He did,
in that.
yeah.
So he did get at least that chance.
Okay.
So what's happening next week?
Next week, Chevalier, which is
I'm seeing a lot of ads for this.
cool costume drama about the black composer and violinist in pre-revolutionary France.
Oh, I thought it was about Maurice Chevalier.
No, that would be a fun movie too. Yeah. And also the Guy Ritchie's The Covenant, and we have to say that whole title that
that's
way.
the title.
Yeah, which is a Afghanistan war drama with Jake Gyllenhaal. And Evil Dead Rise, which, as far as I know, they're also not going to screen to critics. So,
Well,
yeah,
They don't need to.
Probably don't need to. Yeah.
Yep. So that's what we got.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, moviecricket.net. And, of course, Sean works at the Trib, so read the Trib, sltrib.com.
Thank you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, there's no accidents or anything to tell you about, so I'll just mention these road closures again. Davis County I-15 weekend closures. Heads up, northbound travelers. You're going to need to use Legacy Parkway as an alternate because closures from Parish Lane to Park Lane, Friday and Saturday, 8 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., Saturday to Sunday, 8 p.m. to 9 a.m., Sunday to Monday, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. They're putting those bridges in there. Also putting bridges in on 13th East, that bridge that goes over I-80 there. That's going to be affecting your traffic this weekend as well. And there's too many shows.
Yes.
I haven't heard of this one. X96 welcomes Love and Rockets to Sandy Amphitheater. May 24th. You can win tickets by listening to Corey O'Brien in the evenings all week long. For contest details and ticket links, go to x96.com.
Thank you.
Boners coming up. Here are the candidates we'll be considering this time. Number 1, my buddy wanted to see the bodies. Boner candidate number 2, his reward for stopping an alien invasion, a big fine and jail time. And boner candidate number 3, the cafe said, in no uncertain words, the employee's behavior was, quote, absolutely not acceptable.
All right. Boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by.
You can And, of course, you can always email us, and I have.
Is it?
Yes, indeed it is.
Email of interest.
I remember a few days ago we had an email from Saskatchewan, Canada, from a guy who was up there listening and was commenting. We had Frank Chris, famous curlers, and he was excited to hear that we were talking about curling.
I know those people.
And he said, I've been listening to your show for 23 years. We had the question, of course, how did you come to begin listening to the Radio from Hell show in the first place? And I always kind of assume that, like, it's a transplant. Somebody who found us, listened to us here, and then moved to Saskatchewan.
Because this show would never work outside of this state.
Yeah, not so. Here is the answer. I asked him, how did you come? Here's the answer. Thanks for asking how I came to be a Radio from Hell fan. Please allow me to make a short story needlessly long. It was the summer of 2000, and I had just graduated from the University of Regina with my human resources degree. I'm born and raised in Saskatchewan. My first big boy desk job was with our public library system. God bless public libraries and the role they play in our communities.
Indeed.
Near the end of my first day, having made sure that all my pencils were sharpened, my paper clips were neatly organized, I took to the internet to find a streaming radio station to listen to. Back then, it was really exciting to be able to tune in to radio stations from all around the world for the first time. I asked Jeeves, 23 years ago, to find me alt-rock radio stations. And he returned a list of about a dozen of them. I don't know why from that list I clicked on X96. Maybe a bit of confusion and curiosity. A religious conservative place like Salt Lake City has a rock station? How would that even work? I really enjoyed the music I heard and decided to tune in again the next day. I was really taken aback by your morning show. Even though it was a rock station, the two male hosts weren't acting like idiot college bro douchebags.
I know.
And the female host wasn't trying to keep them in line. This seemed like a radically different way of doing a morning rock radio show. I've been hooked ever since. I was thrilled to hear that my email to you last week was not just an email of interest, but an email of extreme interest.
Yes.
I was even more thrilled to hear the continued conversation about curling. While logical to believe that curling is played on a lane of ice, they are referred to as sheets of ice. Growing up in a very small rural community in Saskatchewan, my town had a rink with 2 sheets of ice. I knew I was in the big city when I went to university, as they had rinks with 12 sheets of ice.
It's the big time.
That was the moment I knew I wasn't in Kansas anymore. Sadly, there's no Canadian equivalent of that expression. Maybe I'll start one. We're no longer in Tatamaguchi, eh?
There you go.
Just one final detail to clarify with you regarding curling. Yes, curling rocks that just touch the house, the painted circle, are called biters, as we were discussing. But they do count just as fully as rocks that are entirely in the house. Many a game has been decided because of a biter. Sorry in my delay in getting back to you, Bill. I'm just on vacation with my husband in Puerto Vallarta, and I needed to find a moment to dash off this email to you. We're still here until Friday, so life is good. Of course, I take you, Carrie, and Gina with me wherever I go, even to Puerto Vallarta. After 23 years, it feels like you're part of my trusted and fun social circle, and you provide comfort to me like a warm sweater, or, when in Puerto Vallarta, a tight-fitting Speedo. All the best, Kelly. And he's included his picture, and he's a handsome young man.
Oh,
Kelly.
Thanks. Email of extreme Canadian interest.
It's his picture. He's on the beach in Puerto Vallarta.
Nice.
Lucky duck.
I liked his line about the show wasn't too college.
Yeah.
Here I'll read it again. Even though it was a rock radio station, the two male hosts weren't acting like idiot college bro douchebags.
I love that.
And the female host wasn't trying to keep them in line.
Because how many consultants have told us that that's what the show should be?
Idiot bro douchebags.
Yeah, you should pick a role.
Yeah.
One of you should be...
It was the
deer, the doe, and the dick.
And then the dick. Yeah.
Yeah. One of you should be a dick. Bill,
Is
that would
me?
be you.
Oh, no.
One of you should be a deer. That'd be Carrie, and then Gina would be the doe. Whatever all that means.
It's
The
a proven
girl.
it's a proven formula.
Yeah. But what's the deer? I mean,
Just like the straight. There's the straight person, and then there's
the dick.
Uh-huh.
Because that's a proven mathematic formula for entertainment.
And there's one other thing you have to add to that. You have to know when to take the first exit.
That's right.
You have to take the first exit.
Always take the first exit.
Right.
Email of it. Yeah, okay. I guess I should take the exit here, shouldn't I? These will be examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, April 14, 2023. I'll give you two candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all three, you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Boner candidate number one this time is, my buddy wanted to see the bodies. Monroe, Louisiana. Monroe. A Louisiana man entered a funeral home after hours and went to the embalming room, where he filmed several autopsied corpses and shared the grisly images with an acquaintance via FaceTime, police allege. According to a probable cause affidavit, Boris Richard made an unauthorized entry at the Smith Funeral Home in Monroe. Monroe. Richard, who lives about 9 miles from the business, made entry into the embalming room with several corpses present post-autopsy. He then videoed several of the corpses on his cell phone via FaceTime and was showing an acquaintance the corpses while the business was closed to the public.
Get a load of that.
While Richard appears to have some connection to the business, he was not an official worker and had been advised he was not supposed to gain entry to the embalming room without consent. Arrested on a felony unauthorized entry charge, Richard declined to answer questions from the police. Richard was released from local jail, posting $1,500 bond. Boner candidate number one. Well, my buddy wanted to see the bodies. Here's boner candidate number two. His reward for stopping an alien invasion? A big fine and jail time.
Well.
A Pequot, Ohio man accused of causing extensive damage to multiple cellular towers in Miami County pleaded guilty Wednesday to 7 felony charges. Christopher Daniels initially was indicted on 15 counts, including aggravated trespassing in a habitation, disrupting public services, and vandalism in these incidents in Troy, Ohio, and surrounding area. Most of the victims were cellular service companies, said Matthew Joseph, assistant county prosecutor. Troy police reported that Mr. Daniels told an officer investigating the vandalism and related incidents that they needed to, quote, stop the aliens from coming.
Well,
and said they're
like
getting here through our power source.
I think they were just trying to help.
Daniels was found competent to stand trial and sane at the time of the offenses following an evaluation ordered by the court. As part of a plea deal, Daniels pleaded guilty to 1 count each of vandalism and aggravated trespass and other crimes. He was assessed a $37,500 fine and is facing up to 11 years in prison. His reward for stopping an alien invasion, a big fine and jail time. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. The cafe said, and in no uncertain words, this employee's behavior was, quote, absolutely not acceptable.
All right, boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
It's a picture of a cell phone tower there.
Okay.
If you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you're interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, comprehensive listing of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
Well, we're supposed to begin this story this way. A Princess Bride reboot? No. Inconceivable.
Don't do it.
That's what it says here. Inconceivable. According to Carrie Elways, that is, the actor who played Wesley in the cult fantasy film, recently dismissed the possibility, saying to E! News, no reboot. The 60-year-old actor recalled there was a studio head one time who suggested that, and he posted it on Twitter, and I responded, there's a shortage of perfect movies in the world. It would be a pity to damage this one.
Knowledge.
That's not a bad way to look at it, I guess. Elway's tweet was in response to a post from Variety in which Sony Pictures Entertainment CEO Tony Vinciquerra said, very famous people whose names I won't use, but they want to redo The Princess Bride.
It's a perfect... Are there no new ideas?
It's what Carrie Elway says. It is pretty much a perfect movie. Why ruin it?
It's a known IP, though.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
It's like you don't have to advertise it,
That's
really.
right.
I mean, people know it.
I love that. I'll go see that.
Which is
that's why they do these things.
Everything is happening.
Yeah. But, so far nobody's done it, and I think maybe they won't.
I don't think they will.
Yeah.
I think there are some movies that I think that they'll look at and think about, but then they'll go, this is a bad idea.
We can't top this. We just can't top it.
This is one of them.
Yeah. There are a few movies like that.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to reboots in general.
Jaws is one.
Yeah, you should not. No,
I don't think you even
touch
bother.
it.
I don't know. I mean, well.
I mean, I've already cast it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on.
Maybe better technology for the shark.
I don't remember the casting, but Sue and I did it last
okay.
July when we were drinking and watching it.
Abortion remains legal up to 18 weeks in Utah, but a new law banning abortion clinics, where the vast majority of abortions are given, threatens a de facto ban on terminating pregnancies. Yep. That law is scheduled to begin shaping Utah's reproductive landscape in less than 3 weeks. While Planned Parenthood Association of Utah has asked a judge to temporarily block the measure, pending its lawsuit challenging an abortion trigger ban, people with positive pregnancy tests are already having to plan for the possibility that termination will no longer be a choice in the Beehive state. So if you're one of those people, these are the closest places you can still travel for an abortion. And if you need financial help, keep in mind that some abortion funds require people to have an appointment at a clinic before giving assistance, and some of the out-of-state organizations may ask you to first reach out to resources in Utah. So there are clinics in neighboring states. The closest are about a 5 to 6 hour drive from Salt Lake, and I don't know why it doesn't say. Oh well, here they are. So some of them. Colorado has an abortion fund, and there's the Colorado Doula Project. Nevada, New Mexico. These are places where you can find abortion assistance.
I mean, you might get assistance. You might even get help paying for it once you get there. But what about people that can't leave work or have other children that need care? Or it's just, this is so infuriating.
A new come-and-go gas station proposed near Sugar House Park. Not going to happen.
Good.
Worries over the station's effects on. It's good. We're going to put it there. We're going to put it there where the Sizzler was.
That intersection is already a nightmare.
It is. I avoid that area because of that.
Worries over the station's effects on the popular park and neighborhood traffic and potential fuel leaks or runoff that might taint nearby water supplies led Salt Lake City late Wednesday to reject the plans for the come-and-go. That appears to derail, at least for now, efforts to locate the 2-story fueling station and convenience store on the northwest corner of Sugar House Park, where the Sizzler used to be. There's no chance that the dispute could end up in court. Planning Commission members voted 9-1 to reject a conditional use permit sought by the Iowa-based chain against protests from its attorney, who argued that the move violated city code and state law. Salt Lake City lawyer Chris Hogel said the firm had received volumes of technical information with a 78-page city staff report recommending the proposal be rejected 2 weeks before Wednesday's hearing. He urged the panel to delay the vote. We need more time, Hogel told the commission, to adequately respond. The lawyer confirmed early Thursday that Come and Go intends to appeal the decision, saying the company was very disappointed.
very disappointed.
Instead of determining whether the company can lessen anticipated harms from the gas station, he said, they asked us, can you eliminate any possible potential impact? And that's just too high of a standard. I don't know as it is. We eliminate any possibility that there will be a problem. Can you do that? Well, that's impossible. Well, then don't build it. Let's see. Salt Lake, Spencer Cox, when talking about Major League Baseball coming to Utah, he's all for it. But when asked, will the state use any taxpayer money to build a baseball stadium? Absolutely not, he said. I don't think taxpayers should subsidize billionaires. I have felt that for a long time. I don't think that that's strong economic policy. I don't think it's good for taxpayers, especially when most of the benefits for something like that accrue directly for franchise owners. Now, he also says, of course, no one has asked the state to do it at this point.
Yeah.
They might get asked to give them tax breaks, which is a different thing than actually writing checks to build things.
He said, we don't build stadiums. That's not what we do. Now, he also said, because the stadium would be located in Salt Lake, the county or the city could offer
some dough
assistance in some form.
And there
or
are
another.
arguments to be made that it's a good use of some tax dollars because once you build something like that, I mean, right now that's just an unused big piece of land.
Well,
out on
and
the
there's
west
not
side.
much going on around there.
No,
Yeah.
and it would bring tax dollars to
Restaurants and stores
community.
and so forth and
Yeah.
so on. Dominion Voting Systems' $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit against Fox News is entering a new phase. Lawyers at the Superior Court in Wilmington are choosing members of the jury now ahead of trial's opening statements for Monday. The jury will be asked to decide whether Fox betrayed its responsibility as a journalist organization. Well, there's your argument right there. They have never been a journalist organization, so they don't have any responsibility to do it.
See, they managed to walk both worlds.
Yeah.
You know, when Tucker Carlson is called into crime or into
Into
jury,
crime. I like that. Into crime.
into court, they say, well, he's an entertainment show. No reasonable person could possibly believe what he's saying is true, and they win with that argument. But they have news shows that they say are actual news shows, and this is where
Fewer and fewer of those, by the way.
Yes.
This is somebody sent me this surprise litter of endangered giant otter triplets born at a UK wildlife park. Giant otters.
How big are giant otters?
They're damn big. The giant otter, or giant river otter, Pteronura brasiliensis,
Is that like the nutria?
is a South American carnivorous mammal, the longest member of the weasel family. Although generally peaceful, the species is territorial, and aggression has been observed between groups of giant river otters. The otter is diurnal, meaning their activity is exclusively daylight. It is the noisiest of otter species, and distinct vocalizations have been documented that indicate alarm, aggression, and reassurance. But the wildlife park in United Kingdom has welcomed a litter of endangered otter triplets. The litter is second to parents, the second litter to their parents, Alexandra and Orimar, in less than 18 months. According to the park, the pups were born March 27th, and the litter came as a big surprise. The births mean that the park is now home to 9 giant otters. And they're almost as big as seals. I mean, they're big.
Oh, they're that big?
Yeah, they're
okay.
they're
So they're
quite
even
big.
bigger than the nutria.
Yeah, oh, yeah. We are overjoyed at welcoming a second litter of giant otters in such a short time, said the aquatics team leader, Kelsey Wood. Giant otters don't always breed easily, and every birth is a significant and valuable one. Mom Alexandra is very relaxed this time. You can see she's a very experienced mother. She will keep a careful eye on the pups as they start exploring.
I don't know how these parents take care of all these kids.
The picture of the pups, I don't know if we have that, but they're very
I mean, they're cute.
Cute.
I mean, they look like an otter, but they're apparently very big.
Quite large.
Well, and it's the carnivorous part that worries me.
I think all otters are.
Are they?
Yeah, I think they're egg-sucking meat eaters.
But these are big enough that they could take you down, you know?
Yeah. Now, I don't know, I might have exaggerated when I say they're as big as seals, but they are quite large.
Size, let's see, between 40 and 70 pounds.
That's a good size.
Yeah, that's like a good-sized dog. There are only 5,000 giant otters left in the wild. They've been hunted out of existence by people.
What other radio station are you doing a deep dive on giant river otters? That is not happening.
Tim and Amanda, we're going to get to the giant otter story coming up.
That's what keeps us firmly in 5th place.
Oh, Tim, they're so big.
Aren't they big? All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Okay, so it's a little chilly. It's only, gosh, is it really only 36 degrees right now? Could that be possible?
Just on my computer, it says 32.
Yeah. High of 50 today, decreasing clouds. Mostly clear overnight and quite cold overnight. We'll be down in the 30s again tonight. Tomorrow, high of 59, and then we're back up in the 70s, it looks like, by Sunday, Monday, and our next chance of showers coming around on Tuesday. Had a really great commute this morning. No accidents to tell you about. Just a chance to remind you about a couple weekend closures. Davis County I-15. Northbound travelers, you're going to need to use Legacy Parkway between Parish Lane and Park Lane. These are overnight closures due to those bridge placements. We're also having bridge placement on 13th East, that bridge that goes over I-80 there. So just be aware of that. The Downtown Winter Market opens Saturdays at the Gateway. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Shop for fresh produce, meats, unique gift ideas in the craft market. More information at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Here's boner candidate number 3. The cafe said, and in no uncertain words, this employee's behavior was, quote, absolutely not acceptable. A Japanese cafe has fired its waitress for making a cocktail infused with her own blood. Doctors advising her customers to undergo medical tests. The cafe, named Mondaji Kan Cafe Daku, which loosely translates to Problem Child Dark Cafe, is themed on hiring waitresses who wear dark, goth-style makeup. The cafe is located in the Susukino Entertainment District in Japan's second-largest Hokkaido island. And they announced on April 2nd that they had fired an employee who mixed her own blood into a cocktail. It issued an apology for her dangerous behavior. The waitress reportedly infused her blood into the drink at the request of a customer. The cafe said the waitress's action was, quote, absolutely not acceptable, and announced that they will remain shut for business for a day at least until they can replace all of the drinking glasses in the establishment. It added that her actions were no different from part-time job terrorism. The cafe, which opened in March, also has a special all-you-can-drink menu for $19 an hour.
When I said Bloody Mary.
Yeah. They apparently a customer said, put some of your own blood in there. And she said, okay. I will. And that's dangerous. Boner candidate number 3. The cafe said, in no uncertain words, the employee's behavior was, quote, absolutely not acceptable.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. My buddy wanted to see the bodies. A Louisiana man sneaking into a funeral home and FaceTiming with a friend, corpses in the funeral home. Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, his reward for stopping an alien invasion, a big fine and jail time. It's an Ohio man who was damaging cell phone towers to, quote, stop the alien invasion. And then boner candidate number 3, the unacceptable behavior of the cafe employee in Japan. She put her own blood in a cocktail.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, April 14, 2023? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Pretty easy. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She will take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner of the Day, April 14, 2023. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. We're going to award the boner after these messages, and then Jimmy the Wine Guy is here. Have another drink with Jimmy. He'll be presenting some drinks to us, and then taking your questions just after 8 o'clock, so be ready. Here we go. It's Boner of the Day.
Win $1,000.
This one from Emily. Things that must go. My guilt. Allow me to explain. The year was 2008. I was a fresh-faced Mormon teenage newlywed whose older sister had landed her a sweet second job at a local coffee house. The first busy weekend I worked, one of our employees rolled up hungover or possibly still drunk and was subsequently sent home to sleep it off. I was new and we were short-handed. Up rolls an SUV, at the window rolls down to reveal the incomparable Gina Barberi. I was awestruck.
So is another Gina Barberi?
She orders a drink. A latte, I believe, with an extra shot of espresso. Yes, that's my order.
Is that it?
I take her order and proceed to produce my best hurried hot beverage. I pulled 3 perfect shots of espresso. I take all the time the growing line will allow to froth and mix. Make sure the lid is nice and tight. Stop her in. Out to the drive-thru window I dash with a smile, and away she goes, a vision of local celebrity and grace. My older sister yells back from the front, "What are these shots for? Should I throw them out?" I forgot to put the coffee in her coffee. I waited all day. I waited all day for her return. I waited for a call to speak with the manager. I thought maybe next weekend she'll come back and I make her a drink on the house. But the call never came, and she never came. I'm now a grizzled 30-something ex-Mormon and mother of 2 with under-eye bags and an anxiety disorder. I now know how much that caffeine probably meant to you. I thought I ruined your day with a coffeeless coffee. It's haunted me for more than a decade. I am sorry, Gina. Please accept my apology. Allow me to make it up to you. Can I buy you a drink sometime? Maybe a pair of those fluffy socks you're so fond of. Thank you for letting me listen and for allowing me the pleasure of serving you an albeit inferior beverage all those years ago. Long-time listener, first-time complainer, Emily.
How many years?
2010.
2008.
Oh my God!
Did you come to work? I seem to remember you coming to work and
Yeah.
then going,
And
I have
going,
nothing but
There's-
foam here.
There's no coffee in this coffee.
Here it is from 2000. I love that. I love this.
By about 10 votes. Boner candidate number one. My buddy wanted to see the bodies.
Really? All right. That's your boner of the day for today, April 14, 2023. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Boner of the week happens today at about 9:50 when Dave the Flower Guy comes in and tells us who boner of the week will be. Sponsored?
Yeah, and we have two bits with Jimmy today, so we have two different sponsors for each segment. This one is brought to you by Rocky Mountain Mixers, your locally owned and operated Mixers and More store, offering Utah's wildest selection of mixers in one location, located just east of Cottonwood Heights Liquor Store on Fort Union Boulevard, or online at rockymixers.com.
Thank you. Oh, no, wait. I need your theme song. We can't proceed. There.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Absolutely. Jimmy Santangelo, Jimmy the Wine Guy, is here. He is the Empresario Internacional of the Wine Academy of Utah.
There he is.
Shaking up a cocktail for us. WineAcademyofUtah.com. And Jimmy's got his shaker there. What are you shaking up there?
Oh, that was just my alarm clock to go to work. That's my... What we have is a gin martini, dry gin martini, featuring Water Pocket Distillery's Temple of the Moon gin. We feature this in the past. I love this stuff. I got to tell you, I'm being selfish with. They are a sponsor today, but this is delicious. We're also featuring a bit of the Rocky Mixers Dirty Sue olive brine and her juice. They produce, Dirty Sue has a lot of handcrafted premium cocktail mixers that you can find amongst many, many others. You can.
So that's a dirty gin martini.
It's a dirty gin martini. We're using a little French vermouth, but the layers of, we've spoken about gin before, and Water Pocket Distillery, a local distillery, fantastic. You got that little bit of the layering of for a gin to be a gin, you need that juniper component. But we also have on here some coriander, lemon peel, lavender, angelica root, as well as ginger.
This is really good.
Yeah, let me join you guys.
I'm not a gin martini guy. And
Well, I think the dirty
juice.
Sue added to it is what's so delicious.
It's the olive juice that kind of gives it a whole different feel.
Whole different dimension. It really fills in those the harshness of the alcohol, should it even come through. But this gin's a real fine gin. I mean, it's got a great mouthfeel to it. I love it with a gin and tonic as well, it being the Temple of the Moon gin. But nothing like waking up in the morning and having a dirty martini.
Yeah. Can I see the olive juice?
Yeah, absolutely.
When you say olive juice, it looks like you're saying, I love you. Olive
right.
Okay, great.
Look at you.
So
What's
anyway,
watermelon? Watermelon says something to it. I think.
So, and you know what it looks like when you say vacuum? Huh? Watch my lips. Vacuum. All right.
Bill, olive juice.
Vacuum. Now, generally, I didn't realize you had a bottled olive juice. Usually when I'm making a dirty gin martini at home, if I want a dirty martini, I put the olives in, then I pour a little juice from.
Yeah, you can pour a little bit of the juice. The difference with this is going to be a little bit more filtered, a little cleaner. You're not going to have the bits and pieces in there. Any of the.
There's no pimentos.
No pimentos. And this makes for a really nice, clean, controlled quantity. And the way I made this was a 3 to 2 to 1. I used 3 parts of the gin, 2 parts of the dry vermouth, 1 part of the olive juice.
Now, you were telling us something interesting off the air about the shaker. Can you tell folks that?
Yeah, so this is your classic cocktail shaker. This is a one-piece cocktail shaker. Many of you, especially in the bartending world, you'll see the either 2 tins together or 1 tin and then the pint glass. Yeah. This is different. This is all one piece. And what you do is you add your ingredients right into the main vessel. You then have your cap. Now, the caps are interesting because a lot of people don't realize it's vented. It's vented. I guess I'm trying to point it towards the camera. It's vented. And then what it could be exactly, you can set it in there and then squeeze your fresh citrus, and that vent will collect any of the seeds that may pop through, and then you can discard. But more importantly, if you're like, oh man, how am I? Do I just do a 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi count? No. What you can do is with the top, this is a nice 1.25 ounce pour, and you can confirm what yours is, and this can be your then measuring cup right here.
You don't have a bunch of dishes.
It's all
jigger. It's your jigger, and then you cap and make sure it's nice and tight, and you shake.
Now, people are asking, do you have to use vermouth when making a martini?
You don't. That could be an absolute dry martini where you take the vermouth and you just bless. You just
wave the bottle over.
That's how dry it is.
I like vermouth. For me, adds a nice layer of complexity. Vermouths, this happens to be a French vermouth, Dolan vermouth, that the herbaceousness in this vermouth really lifts and emphasizes those extra beautiful layers that Water Pocket took to put into the Temple of the Moon gin. So I felt it was a complimentary to it, but no, you don't have to add vermouth.
It's whatever you've done here is delicious.
This is nice. Yeah.
What do we know about the olive brine? Do we know anything about the kind of olive or?
It didn't indicate on there, but you would suspect it's a Spanish olive. It's got a nice degree of saltiness or salinity to this, and the coloring is nice and stable. There is no additives other than a stabilizer in there. There's no coloring additive to this olive juice. And what I love about Rocky Mixers over there on 90th South, which they're right next to the wine store. So you walk
That's
out.
handy, right
Yeah,
there.
it's very handy. And they've got the way that they organize the store is by cocktails. So it'll say old fashioned.
Oh,
and
here's
that
everything you need for the
Exactly.
old.
I think it's brilliant.
That's perfect.
It's perfect.
Yes.
So if you're a rookie, if you're now, you're like, I like margaritas. Is that okay? Is it okay? Here's all the things you need to blend and to mix, and it makes it so easy. And they're quality products. I was in there. I felt like I was in a library. I just kept looking and finding more and more things. It's really a cool place.
Of course, Ivy in the chat room says your shaker is a beehive shaker.
That's
and
right.
It is highly recommended.
You got that webbed body to it. That's right. Thanks, Ivy.
This is delicious.
It's really good. It's really good.
Now, does Dirty Sue make other additives?
Yes, they do. They have a couple other products in their line, and we'll be seeing more products that I can feature from this outfit.
Oh, good.
And we'll be able to explore more options.
All right. Coming up, Jimmy will answer your questions. 877-602-9696. So any questions about drinking, about wine, about cocktails, or about hospitality in general.
Stemware.
Spirits.
Restaurants,
You name
etiquette, whatever. He can do it.
Yeah, we've had a great commute this morning. I've got no accidents to tell you about. I'll just mention again those closures over the weekend. Davis County I-15 weekend closures. Northbound travelers, you're going to need to use Legacy Parkway as an alternate route from Parish Lane to Park Lane. These are overnight closures due to the bridge construction there. Also some closures 13th East for that new bridge going over I-80. That's traffic.
All right, if you have questions for Jimmy, now is the time to call 877-602-9696, or if you're shy, text your questions to 33986. SaltLakeFilmSociety.org.
So it's the Anderson and Anderson month, the month of April at Salt Lake Film Society, and that means the films from Paul Thomas Anderson or Wes Anderson.
You like both the Andersons.
I do like
don't
them
you?
both. Now, the P.T. Anderson, Paul Thomas Anderson movie they're showing this weekend is Hard Eight. That may be his first movie, Hard Eight.
Really?
Yeah, and I think he developed it at the Sundance Film Festival
Probably, yeah.
workshop in the up in Sundance. And then Wes Anderson, the movie is let's see, it's Bottle Rocket also.
It's a great
that
movie.
might be his first movie as well.
Now, that's all well and good, Bill, but the concessions they have at Broadway theaters, they have real butter, and they have flavors of the week. So it's not just popcorn. You can get popcorn with habanero pineapple, which actually sounds kind of good, or mozzarella garlic, cinnamon raisin, strawberry, orange sickle. Ooh, orange sickle.
This is Salt Lake Film Society, slfs.org. That's all you need to know.
You can win 1,000.
I call this poem, I Hate X96. I can ride the wildest bronco in the wild and woolly west. I can take him, I can break him, let him do his level best. I can handle any cattle, ever wore a coat of hair. Hell, I've even had to tussle with a mean old grizzly bear. But there's one thing I can't handle. It nearly makes me sick. I gotta listen to that god-awful music just to hear my poems on X96. It's nice of Carrie and Bill to play my poems on the radio, but God, that music they put on about makes my lunch chunks blow. Who are these violent femmes? Their songs just make me sick. And then there's that Morrissey. A whining, limey prick. When that 9-inch nails feller sings closer, it makes me feel mighty mean. And them two cute boys from Eraser are the biggest sissies I've ever seen. Give me country music from Bocephus, from Merle, and from Willie. I don't want no caterwauling from The Cure, or bands with names that are downright silly, like Hoodoo Gurus, Gene Loves Jezebel, Weezer, and Ween, and MC 900-foot Jesus. Jesus, what the hell does that mean? I wish I could do my cowboy poems on a station with good old boys what plays country tunes, instead of that X96 with its long-haired, earring-wearing, sissified, sushi-eating, devil-worshipping goons. There is one good thing about X96. Heed my words if you wanna. At least them immoral bastards don't play them skank hooer songs by Madonna. I'm Conway Skinner.
Nightingale College, blending.
Keyword for the 8 a.m. hour. We do these all the way till 7 o'clock tonight. The more of them you enter at 33986, the better your chance of winning that $1,000. The keyword for this hour is skyscraper.
Oh.
Skyscraper. It's all one word, run together. SKYSCRAPER. Skyscraper. Text that to 33986 now for your chance to win $1K a day with X96, powered by Cyprus Credit Union. Water Pocket Distillery is a double gold winning versatile delight made with Tuscan juniper, citrusy coriander, lemon peel, true cinnamon, lavender, ginger, and 9 more hand-selected botanicals. Your martini or gin and tonic has a new best friend, available now at state liquor stores.
It is all that.
Well, seeing as that there's a second sponsor, does that mean we get another martini?
Might as well. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call if you'd like to ask Jimmy Santangelo a question. He is the impresario extraordinaire of the Wine Academy of Utah, and he knows a lot about wine and spirits
and cocktails and restaurant hospitality, and also men's hair replacement.
What?
That's right.
It's
That's
true.
right.
It's true. He does.
No idea.
Anyway, if you have a question, 877-602-9696.
All right, let's go to Joe. Hello, Joe.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Hey, Joe.
It's Joe, Jimmy.
You know Joe.
I do know Joe.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Joe.
Everybody knows Joe.
Hey.
Yeah.
So, if I were to make this martini, how important would it be to use the correct glass versus my typical mason jar?
Fancy.
Both will be perfect, and I got to tell you, glassware is nice. It's a matter of on the thinness of a martini glass helps keep this cocktail chilled and cold, right? Where your martini glass, the benefit, or where your mason jar, the benefit there is it's very portable. Very portable. You got the lid. You got.
Yeah.
Well, I got to say, the stemware that you brought in today is very fancy.
Now,
I like that.
So this this is considered a martini glass?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a champagne coupe. Yeah.
This is champagne because the martini glasses I have at home, they are out.
Angled.
The V shape.
And I like them for drinking and everything, but I don't like them because when you're carrying the glass from,
room to
bar
room.
to room to room, they spill easily.
Yes,
Things slosh out of them.
That's why I think this shape is probably
Bill,
better.
you don't have to fill them to the rim.
Maybe that's part of it.
That's right.
You can get.
Don't tell me. Vacuum.
Vacuum.
Oh, someone pointed out if you add the word bench after vacuum, it's
Vacuum bench.
Yeah.
Wait, look at me.
Vacuum bench.
Oh.
That's even worse. All right.
Joe, thanks for that question. That's
Thanks, Joe.
awesome. Appreciate
The
it.
thing about the
All
champagne coupe too, the size. Do you know the story about the size of the coupe?
There's a boob
How
story.
it was shaped, yes.
It's
there
Marie
is a-
Antoinette's breast.
That's right. Now the champagne coupe, not the champagne flute. The talk.
No,
that's
no,
it.
no,
It wasn't
That's
that
not
cool
a
in
good
France.
breast
No.
shape.
No,
No, that was Louis the 14th.
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
That was the port glass.
Vacuum
Actually.
bench.
Let's go to Rob. Hi, Rob.
Rob.
Hey, you guys. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hey.
Hey, I have I enjoy bourbons, and I'm trying to get my wife to try a couple of, start to maybe sample some of it, but
Sure.
she doesn't like it at all right now. She really hasn't tried much, but I was looking for like a cocktail recommendation that she might try to.
So a bourbon
to
cocktail
taste it and
that would
stuff.
help her.
My favorite bourbon cocktail that I
Exactly.
tend to see people who are non-bourbon drinkers or are enthusiasts of bourbon drinkers, it's called the Brown Derby. It's 3 parts bourbon, 2 parts grapefruit juice, 1 part honey water. Shake those ingredients together, strain it in a glass, whether champagne coupe such as we're featuring here today, or over the rocks in a glass. And you can even feature a little peel of grapefruit. And I like to use ruby red grapefruit, and then the honey water is a 1-to-1 ratio of just classic honey that you buy at the store, and ply that out into a pot, and then add the same amount of water, simmer that down, melt it down, dissolve the honey, creating this solution. It's a 3 to 2 to 1 ratio: 3 parts bourbon, 2 parts grapefruit juice, 1 part honey water.
Would you go so far to say, what would you think about somebody who doesn't care for bourbon, but how about a mint julep?
Yeah, I think that's approachable too, because mint is an attractive flavor, and
There's
it's
a lot of sugar in there,
A lot of
too.
sugar in there. It's an off-dry kind of a style of a cocktail, as is this Brown Derby. I think so. That's a good point. You have the category of, rather than having it straight, you're not going to turn anybody on to bourbon with having it neat. So you need to have more of an off-dry cocktail approach.
There you go.
All right.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
You got it.
I don't know if you can do this, Jimmy. Actually, I believe you can do this. How can you elevate a vodka Red Bull?
Okay.
Something a little more fancy.
I would say have it in Hawaii.
Or don't. Or leave out the Red Bull.
Is there some similar?
So I think there's new Red Bull flavors out there. I came across there's a strawberry apricot or something like that.
go.
There's a green apple. So you can change up the flavor of the Red Bull. What I have seen is also add like a fresh squeeze of something.
There you go.
Before these
okay.
flavors of Red Bull came about.
Lemon or something. in
Lemon
there.
or something, yeah.
Let's see. What do you recommend for someone who grew up LDS but has never touched alcohol before but now wants to try?
I feel like we have this question every week, but it bears repeating.
It's great. Attend one of my classes. Go to wineacademyofutah.com. You can take a look at the upcoming tasting and event calendar. It's a very comfortable, very approachable environments, whether it's at Three Cups in Murray Holiday or Woodbine or at the Leonardo Museum and all those in between. We have a very fun, entertaining, and educational approach to all things booze.
We have all taken Jimmy's classes
Yes.
more than once.
And not only do you learn, but they're entertaining as hell. Here's one. Jimmy, with the warmer weather finally here, I'm thinking deck time and wine. I love my chilled Chardonnay or Prosecco, but to mix it up, what cocktails using wine or Prosecco are your faves?
Yeah, so
Becky.
spritzers.
Yes.
So take a wine glass, put a couple of ice cubes in there, peel some of your favorite citrus, whether it's lemon or grapefruit, but put that right in there. Hit with your favorite wine, whether it's a rosé, a crisp white, and then a splash of soda water. Of soda water, unflavored soda water. Get this nice bubbly going on, and give that a little stir with your finger, and you're good to go.
Yeah. White wine spritzers are kind of classics.
And Sue always loved the Saint Germain cocktail over at the New Yorker.
Yeah,
that's one you could look up.
Yeah, Saint Germain cocktail. Yeah, that adds a nice floral aromatic for sure.
Yes. See, he knows.
Stay away from the Galliano or the Gallo. What's the one with all the fruit in it?
Sangrias.
Stay away from the Gallo sangria.
I enjoy a sangria.
Stay away from that.
A good one.
Well, maybe the Gallo version is what you stay away from.
You got some classes coming up?
Yeah, wineacademyofutah.com. We are doing our certification classes, so all those that want to become a sommelier, reach out. You don't have to be in the hospitality industry. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Traffic.
So there's some debris in traffic. Southbound I-15 in Farmington caused Highway Patrol to stop all lanes of travel for a couple minutes to clean it up. Expect delays from Kaysville to the Park Lane exit in Davis County. Crash northbound I-15 45th South in Salt Lake. That's affecting the right lane of traffic. And that's it. We've had a fairly light commute this morning. If you see something, you can text us 33986 and we'll pass it along. If you're in the market for a new Toyota vehicle, your search begins at Toyota.com. Whether you're interested in a car, truck, SUV, hybrid, or minivan, comprehensive listing of Utah Toyota dealerships at Toyota.com.
Beat Gina is coming up. We got some messages and a song, and then we're going to play Beat Gina. Today's trivia questions, because it was released on this day in the year 2000, American Psycho.
Oh, okay.
So that movie, one of my favorites. American Psycho trivia coming up. Stand by for 877-602-9696. What's the prize that you could win?
Tickets to see Fallout Boy Friday, July 7th with Bring Me the Horizon.
There you go. Fallout Boy tickets if you can beat Gina at 877-602-9696. Also got some news coming up as well.
The X96 1K edition.
So it's a list because people love lists.
They do.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Because it's Black History Month, we did the part of this list, and we won't be able to do it all. We did part of it last week, I think it was. And it's from Vice, written by Kashina Boom, and it's 100 Ways White People Can Make Life Less Frustrating for People of Color. Now, what that says to me is, okay, you're not a racist. You're just a person, a white person, who wants to do the right thing.
Sure.
And sometimes things can be awkward, and this list is trying to help things be less awkward.
Or you might not realize you've been doing
Exactly.
That's what wokeism is, by the way.
Yes,
oh,
exactly.
I wasn't aware of that. Thank you
Right.
for telling me.
So things like, this is part of the list. These are all things on the list. Don't assume that we can run if we're black, or do math if we're Asian, or have a drinking problem if we're an indigenous person. Don't make embarrassing jokes to try to be down with people of color. We'll laugh at you, not with you. Understand that there are some days are even more mentally exhausting for people of color, thanks to the news cycle. Try not to badger us for our opinions on the latest atrocity that has occurred.
Yeah.
Just leave us to grieve. But when we do have something to say about it, listen. Here's another one. Share articles relating to the everyday experiences of race and racism written by people of color. So if you read them, you see them, share them.
Do that.
Yes,
Okay.
do. Don't be that person who is weird and psychopathic and loves to demonstrate their wokeness constantly to people of color around them. Be thoughtful. Read books by people of color. I recommend Sister Outsider by Audre Lorde, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander, and literally everything that Junot Diaz writes for great insights into blackness. And watch shows that are created by people of color, like Atlanta or Insecure. And it says, so seriously, if you haven't seen Atlanta, you really need to watch it now. How about support plays written by and acted in by people of color? The world of theater is overwhelmingly white. Refuse to go to club nights or drag shows or burlesque nights that use culturally appropriate acts. Oh, it's not appropriate. It's a weird word. Appropriative.
Oh.
You're appropriate.
Like appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they use cultural acts that appropriate blackness. If you have kids, buy them dolls of color and books with characters of color. And this is, again, 100 ways white people can make life less frustrating for people of color. Don't assume people of color can't speak English. It happens.
I guess so.
Also, be patient if our English isn't perfect. Are you, try multilingual?
No, most
Probably
of us
not.
aren't.
It's pretty hard.
Yep.
In general, just don't assume we want to be white or that we want to assimilate. And don't pressure us to do so. That's interesting. Don't assume that we want to be white.
Yeah.
Remember, people of color are not inherently more homophobic than white people. That is a myth.
Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, it's a myth that black people do not like gays.
Never heard that.
Yeah. When we talk about race, we're not just talking about men. Repeat after me. Intersections of race and gender do exist. Don't touch our effing hair.
I'm so curious what it feels like.
That's the one that surprises me the most. That people try to do that.
Never try and pull any uninvited race play in the bedroom.
Huh?
I don't know exactly what that's about. I don't know.
Oh, whatever.
If you call a woman of color exotic, you deserve to stub your toe every day for a year. Do not do this. Also, saying I have never done it with a black Asian native person to someone you're trying to hook up with is a one-way ticket to hell.
Wow.
If you have such fetishistic thoughts, just don't even bother coming near a person of color.
You've dived into the sexual part of this list.
Of the list, yeah.
If you're trying to start a mixed-race family, sit down and deeply interrogate your intentions. If you do have mixed-race children, make sure they have access to people who look like them and who understand their experiences. And this, I think, in a lot of cases, are talking about adoption.
Sure.
Take your racist family members to task for the yes they say over the dinner table or via social media. Don't be silent. Don't let them get away with it. Confront your colleagues who say racist s unchecked at work. These are all. I'll post.
Yeah, I bet people want to.
I used to do that with my dad all the time.
You'd call him on it?
I'd call him on
Yeah.
but I did it in a kind of friendly way. I didn't, confront him. Dad, that's racist. It'd be, okay, Archie Bunker. I just say that.
That kind of says,
and
says
it kind
it
of
all?
it shook him a little.
My grandpa was like that. I had to, he called Brazil nuts that name, that awful racist name. And I said, Grandpa, no, don't. Do not. Don't say things like, there are two sides to every story, or play the devil's advocate when it comes to conversations about race. In those situations, just listen.
That's good advice for lots of different things.
Yeah.
Just listen.
Remember, black women are not here to save you from yourselves. You got to put in the work, too. Record police encounters you see involving black people.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Everybody's got a recording device. So.
Mm-hmm.
And share alerts when ICE is planning a raid. And stand up to Islamophobia wherever you see it.
Mm-hmm.
These are all great. I'll post Twitter, @RFHBill. I'll post a link to it.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Get down, get ready, pay attention, and savor this edition of the game show Beat Gina. Treat it like it's the last time it'll ever be on the show, because that may likely be true. Here we go, one more time, maybe one last time, to Beat Gina. Say, what do you do in your wieners? What do you do with them besides boiling them or broiling them?
Oh.
I'm Beat Gina announcer Johnny Ola, and as a wiener lover, I've got an idea for you.
What?
Try rolling your wiener with wiener wrap from Pillsbury.
Oh, yes.
It's fresh dough that you roll around your wiener.
I love it.
And it's sure easy. You just pop them in the oven, and while the wiener wrap bakes, the hot dogs cook up plump and juicy. And your family will rave that you're terrific because you even make wieners taste great. All you need is a little help. Pillsbury Wiener Wrap turns plain hot dogs into something special. And now, the rap on this guy is that he's the most special game show host on the planet. Let's all give it up for the one, the only, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome,
Thank
Kerry
you so
Jackson.
much. All right, let's. The randomizer has chosen a contestant. Is Todd is who you'll be playing against today, Gina?
Hi, Todd.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Todd, let's toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage if you win the toss. Heads or tails?
Heads.
All right. Coin toss app says heads, Gina Barberi.
You are one step closer, Todd, to winning these tickets to see Fall Out Boy. They're coming Friday, July 7th with Bring Me the Horizon.
Now, Todd, if she manages to come from behind now and beat you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
I'm going to do a donation to the Road Home.
Donation to the Road Home. All right. On this day in the year 2000, the movie American Psycho was released. American Psycho trivia. Todd gets the first question. This is multiple choice. If you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I'm going to allow Gina to answer the question and steal the point away from you. Back and forth till one of you gets 3 points. Todd, first question.
All right.
During his big chainsaw scene, Christian Bale would happily hang out between takes wearing what? The one, a T-shirt that said, "I'm into fitness, fitness taco into my mouth." Two, nothing but a sock over his junk and some tennis shoes. 3, his future Farmers of America jacket. Or 4, menswear provided by Botany 500 of New York.
I'm going to say 1.
A T-shirt that says, I'm into fitness taco into my mouth. That's...
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That's Gina's chance to steal the point.
Sock and tennis shoes?
Sock and tennis shoes. He was a nude scene.
There you go. 1 point for Gina, and she controls the question.
Gina, in order to get the role of Patrick Bateman, Christian Bale was required to do what? 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheet of high-power blotter acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, laughers, screamers, also a quart of tequila, a quart of rum, a case of beer, a pint of raw ether, and 2 dozen amyls.
That was 1.
2, sing Hip to Be Square a cappella in its entirety without missing a word. 3, become freakishly skinny and grow a patchy beard. Or 4, kill a rat with an oboe.
Did he have to learn hip to be square word for word?
Johnny?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Hip to be square.
All right.
Yes.
She was asking it in the form of a question.
That's
oh,
all
this
right.
isn't Jeopardy. I'm
No.
sorry.
That's all right. That's 2-0. Todd's turn.
Todd, where does the name Bateman come from? Because that's the character's name, Patrick Bateman. Where does the name Bateman come from? Was it 1, Batman? The director said he was also a rich guy who beats up poor people. 2, the psycho character Norman Bates. 3, the director loved Jason Bateman as a child actor.
Sure.
Or 4, Bateman Aesthetic and Restorative Dentistry in Lehi, Utah provides excellence in cosmetic dentistry, family dentistry, specialty services, and so much more.
I'm going to say 2.
Norman Bates.
You're still in the game, Todd. There you go, 2-1.
All
But
right.
Gina, now, if she gets this one, she wins.
All right, Gina.
Yes.
Which actor was originally set to play Patrick Bateman?
Okay.
Was it 1, Leonardo DiCaprio?
Okay.
2, Michael Cera? 3, David Duchovny? Or 4, the guy I get mixed up with Michael Cera all the time, Jesse Eisenberg?
Oh, this is a trick question. But it's not. It's number 1, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leo and Gina wins the game. Congratulations. I'm so sorry, Todd, that you'll go to the show anyway.
Of course you will. You're gonna. We don't even pretend anymore. This isn't how
Well,
this
thank
works.
you very much.
All right, hang on the line.
Fall Out Boy tickets for you, Todd.
Hang on, and we'll tell you how to get those.
Listen, I've got to take off. Some folks are coming over to the place, and I've got some wieners to wrap.
I loved wiener wraps.
Aren't they just a crescent roll?
Yes.
It's just
It was
it's just the same thing, but they just put
They
wiener
packaged
wrap
it,
on
yeah.
there. So stupid.
That was delicious. Let's see. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Take a visual trip while listening to some of your favorite rock bands at Clark Planetarium's Cosmic Light Show, playing in Hanson Dome Theater every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
Let's see. Paul Simon is back with an announcement of a new album called 7 Psalms. His first album of new material since 2016, when he released a record called Stranger to Stranger. 33 minutes worth of songs, 7 songs, each considered to serve as movements, according to the press release. It is intended to be listened to as one continual piece. He shared a trailer to increase anticipation of the film, a little video along with it. The press release also notes that 7 Psalms is recorded entirely on acoustic instruments and all of them predominantly performed by Paul Simon. He always comes up with something interesting, so it'd be interesting to take a listen to that. And Gina, you may want to just be a part of this story.
Okay.
Full day of prosecution witnesses took the stand in the trial against Lori Vallow Daybell yesterday.
Yep.
Have you followed along with that?
Yep,
And what
of
was?
course.
So there was a friend of Lori Vallow Daybell who testified, Melanie Gibb, who lives in Arizona. What was the thrust of all of that?
Well, Melanie was there to explain the crazy, some of their nutty religious beliefs.
Were they still friends?
They were friends up until, and actually, this woman, Lori, tried to use her as an alibi for saying she tried to get her to say that she had seen JJ,
The kid.
the kid, or that he was even staying with her in Arizona when the police were looking for him. And the friend, it finally took that for the friend to go, wait a minute. But she knew that they were dating when the two of them were married. She knew that they met at some kooky religious conference.
She talked about the belief that Lori and Chad had, that they were in charge of a group of 144,000 people who are waiting for the end of time. She also detailed the scale of light and dark that they used to assess people. Light people were said to be in contract with the Savior, and dark people, they believed, were in contract with Satan.
Which would have been like her kids and his wife and her husband. And
the way people are tied to good. The testimony shifted to discuss Charles Vallow. Gibbs said that Chad said Lori that Charles was taken over by an evil spirit.
It is the work of the devil.
Lori believed him.
And he told her, so they met at this religious conference, and her friend said she was just enamored with him. Oh, he's so smart, and he knows all about. And he said, oh, we've been married in past lives, so it's okay if we're cheating on our spouses because we've been married in other lives.
She testified that the last time, this is the friend, the last time she saw Ty Lee, that's the girl that was murdered, was just before they moved to Idaho, although on one occasion Gibb visited Idaho with her boyfriend, and she only saw JJ at that point, not Ty Lee. Later, Gibb testified that Chad had told Lori that JJ had become dark. And although Lori told her JJ's behavior and demeanor had changed, Gibb said, I didn't notice any change. He was a typical young autistic 7-year-old. Said that Chad and Lori were affectionate during the visit, and Chad asked Warwick not to share information about their relationship with anybody else. And, so the testimony was, I guess, as Gina put it, mainly to detail the crazy.
Yeah.
Tim Scott announced he's running for president.
Okay.
He's a Republican from South Carolina, and he's beloved.
Is he?
That's what
I've seen him
what his
twice
people
now when he's been asked about abortion, trying to answer that question.
Really.
He can't.
I don't beloved him. Utah Representative John Curtis sold up to $15,000 of bank stocks as a national banking crisis unfolded in the wake of the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. Curtis, Republican, sold between $1,000 and $15,000 worth of stocks in First Republic Bank on March 16th, according to financial disclosures. After the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic Bank appeared to be on the brink of collapse, prompting fears about wider collapse across the country. The bank's share price plunged from $115 on March 8 to $34.27 on March 16, then fell even further over the next few days. Curtis sold off a bunch of Bank of America corporate stock as well. And, he probably hasn't broken any laws here. Although, I mean, there are laws against insider trading.
Yeah.
He said, my brokers did this. I wasn't really even quite aware of what they were doing.
Sure.
He was just selling it. And
did you call your broker before?
No.
Honest?
No,
Sure.
yeah, honest.
Okay,
no.
let's take a look at your phone.
No, I didn't talk to my broker that I was worried
It's not
the
like
bank.
you called him and said.
I didn't call him and say, sell, for God's sake, sell. Let's see. A fisherman discovered a woman alive in a submerged Jeep in a Texas lake.
This is one of my nightmares.
Oh, yeah. You have a hammer for this.
Yeah.
Don't you?
That you would be found alive?
No, that I would be submerged in my car in a lake. That's one of my fears.
Fisherman was out on Lake of the Pines in Marion County, Texas. He saw what looked to be a black Jeep almost fully submerged. About 18 minutes later, police arrived on the scene, realized they'd have to wait for tow service to come. It wasn't until the tow truck arrived minutes later that they learned what they were dealing with. The car was about 40 feet out from the nearest boat ramp. The fisherman who called authorities offered to use his boat to help police get a closer view of the wreckage. It was at that time they saw the woman. They don't have details on how long the Jeep was actually in the water, but the woman said it had been a few hours. But she was apparently, I guess it wasn't fully submerged, obviously, because they could see it. and she was in a portion of the Jeep that had not gone underwater, but she couldn't get out. She said people in that position rarely survive, but
That's why it's one of my nightmares.
looks like she has made it. I guess this is an older story. I just recently heard about it, though. Kid Rock talking about Donald Trump asking him for advice.
Yes.
To assist him when writing a tweet about ISIS.
This was a while ago.
Yeah, and talking to Kid Rock about how he would handle North Korea, and then showing him maps in the Oval Office.
Yep.
I said to myself, what the F am I doing here? I don't know anything about this, and I think I'm being showed stuff that I shouldn't be seeing.
Even as dumb as Kid Rock is, knew that probably wasn't something that should happen.
Smart enough to know I shouldn't be privy to this info.
Donald Trump is asking Kid Rock's advice. What would you do about ISIS? God, he's dumb.
Well, and apparently he asks 5-year-olds, too.
Uh-huh.
He's dumber than Kid Rock.
Yeah.
And finally, this story, one of the cocaine hippos owned by the infamous drug lord Pablo Escobar has died, and 2 people were hospitalized after it escaped. The enormous hippo broke out of its home on the estate of the former cartel boss in the Puerto Triunfo municipality and ran into a motorway between Medellin and the Colombian capital of Bogota. While on the road, it was hit by a Renault SUV moving at high enough speed to kill the hippo and severely damaged the vehicle. 2 people inside the car were taken to a local hospital for treatment, but miraculously, they were not seriously injured. This is one of the dangers of the presence of these hippos here in Colombia. Many of them cross the highway where many vehicles pass. It is a danger to the people, said local environmentalist David Echeverria Lopez. Yeah, I think so. You got wild hippos roaming around these country roads in Colombia where they are not native.
Yeah.
Jeez. They've been, I think we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, they've been reproducing, and there are at least 40 or 50 of them now wandering wild in Colombia. You know, you think Florida has it bad with the pythons.
Yep.
This would be even worse, I'm afraid. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, the Utes gymnastics, they continue to kick ass. They've earned the right to compete for the NCAA championship on Saturday, 2 p.m. against Oklahoma, LSU, and Florida. It will be televised on ABC. And a special salute to Miley O'Keefe, who got a 10 on the beam. Well done, everybody.
Yes.
So there's an incident at the Colorado Rockies game.
Oh, I saw that.
Police are on the hunt for a man who tackled the Colorado Rockies mascot during a game on Monday, believing he committed an assault. The incident happened at some point during the game against the Cardinals at Coors Field when Dinger, that's the mascot. He's a
Dinger.
Purple dinosaur. You know, when you hit a dinger.
Dinger the dinosaur.
Dinger the dinosaur, okay.
He hopped up on the dugout to fire up the crowd. You know when they do that, they get up on the roof of the... a fan jumped up onto the roof with him and tackled Dinger. And people were booing, saying, "Boo, drunk guy. we love you, Dinger." It doesn't look like he was injured, but don't attack mascots, please. RSL is on the road this weekend. They play FC Dallas tomorrow at 6:30. Weather. So it's chilly. I mean, it looks sunny. It looks like it would be warm out there, but it's only 34 degrees right now. High of 50 expected today and mostly sunny. Overnight lows in the 30s. We'll be in the 50s again tomorrow. Then we start warming back up. It looks like Sunday into Monday will be in the low 70s. Next chance of showers is Tuesday. Not a big chance, but it will cool off back down into the 50s.
All right.
Traffic. Let me refresh this. Had a pretty great commute all morning, and not a lot to tell you about. There was some debris in traffic southbound I-15 in Farmington, causing Highway Patrol to stop all lanes of traffic for a couple minutes to clean it up. There may still be some residual delays in that area. And a couple of closures, diversions you need to know about. Davis County I-15 weekend closures. Northbound travelers are going to need to use Legacy Parkway as an alternate route between Parish Lane and Park Lane. These are overnight closures. They're putting in the new bridges there. Also having closures on 13th East for that new bridge that's going over I-80. Rocky Mountain Mixers, your locally owned and operated Mixers and More store, offering Utah's widest selection of mixers in one location, located just east of Cottonwood Heights Liquor Store in Fort Union, or online, rockymixers.com.
I'm looking at a picture of Dinger the dinosaur.
Yeah.
It's a Triceratops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea. Okay.
It doesn't make much sense, really, does it?
It doesn't. No.
A dinosaur.
Well, what's a
Colorado
Rocky?
Rockies.
How do you have what would the Rockies?
You have a guy dressed like a mountain. It's my mountain costume.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Stand by. My question is, and this is for you parents, is I didn't know that they still did these.
Oh, yeah.
The daddy-daughter
Daddy.
dance, and there's a mommy-son dance.
Yeah.
I didn't know they still did these.
Yeah.
These seem
No, they're sweet.
creepy.
No, they're sweet. They're really.
No,
I
it's
don't know.
just-
You're not watching Bates Motel with me.
That's your problem. You're skewed. You're skewed with the Bates family.
Well, they're just I mean, they're
Because
just
Carrie,
meant
that's
to
all
be,
that is
Tell me
a dance.
Well, tell me what they.
They're-
What,
I mean,
what is it?
It's
Tell
just
me.
meant to be. It's meant to be an evening where father and daughter, who may not necessarily interact all the time, because the dad's at work and it's the mom who takes care of things, and so it's just so they just go to the dance, and there's punch and cookies.
It's cute.
Yeah.
You get dressed up, and it's a nice.
Why do you think
evening
it's
out.
creepy?
You don't think it sends a weird message?
No.
No.
Because you do the exact same activity with a boy. You know, the boy you're dating. It's the exact same activity, the prom, right?
Well, except it's
or the
except
harvest
there's a,
dance.
Except
or
there's a
whatever.
different intent.
And this is no different than
No, let me. There's a different intent. If you're taking a girl to the prom, you'll want to after the prom get with her in the back seat of the car, and in the daddy-daughter dance, that never would even occur to you.
Well,
I mean, really.
No, Carrie. Okay, do you think this is cute?
All right.
When dads that have little girls, and the little girl wants to have a little tea party, and she invites daddy to the tea party, and they say,
That's. I'm not getting
Well,
laid
kids-
at the end of a tea party.
Kids shouldn't be.
well, it doesn't have to go there. It's
Well,
just
no,
nice.
but that's what the dance is all
That's
about.
what's in Carrie's mind.
See, anytime I went to a high school dance,
Yeah.
my goal at the end was to at least
Okay.
make out.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, Carrie, I went to lots of dances where that never happened.
Gina, that's
that's
you.
a bad example.
Gina, that's you. You're a bad
I
example.
just went to dances where it was just about the dance, and
no,
we went out to dinner, and that was the end of it.
Gina, the guy you were with, that was not what it was all
Not
about.
all guys think
Yes.
that way. Any
Yes,
dance
they do.
ever. That's
Ye-
the
yes.
purpose of
Yes.
going to a dance.
Yes.
No.
Okay, you see my point about the daddy-daughter.
No, because daddy's it's a daddy. It's not. It's the kid's
See,
dad, not
okay,
a
well,
date.
The real reason we should stop doing the daddy-daughter and the mommy-son
Yeah.
is because this is the age of Disney. At least one of the parents are dead or divorced or something.
ask you at the end of this to each of you offer a bit of advice.
Oh, okay.
To Corey. First question: are you leaving here a better person than when you started?
Yes.
Okay, as a result of working here. Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, I figured out that I like this, and working in the audio industry is something that I want to do.
That you want to pursue, and you are actually going to work at another broadcast facility, which is fine because they pay way better than we do.
Yes, they have money. Buckets of
I'd
it.
stay if there were buckets of money here.
We don't have buckets of money in the hallway.
You know what? We give our buckets of money to our listeners.
That's true.
That's where we.
We could better ourselves and our working conditions, but
we only have pouches of money here, not buckets.
Coin purses.
Coin purses. Second question: do you think you learned anything?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I learned everything.
Okay, learned everything you need to. Well, though you'll learn more.
We prepared you for your next job.
Oh, yes.
All right. Has your grooming and other personal habits improved by being here?
No.
No. Okay. Not naming any names. Is there one person that you've worked with here that you'll just be glad to be rid of, without naming any names?
Or you like everybody?
I'm gonna be sad.
Or is there at least one person that you'll miss, without naming any names, unless it's me, and then you can tell me?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will miss you, but I'll still be doing remotes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I have one next weekend, so I'm still gonna work for.
Well, tomorrow we'll be together.
Yeah.
At
I'll
the
be
IFA.
All
right.
Country store.
Okay. Let's see. Then I have only one piece of advice for you, but Carrie, do you have a piece of advice?
A texter has a question.
What's that?
Okay.
Little Smokies or Little Polskas?
Well, there's a band called Lil Smokies that I like,
so
I'll
go
with that.
Okay.
But I've never had any of that stuff.
Try some Little Smokies. They're pretty good.
The advice I have for you is, because I know the place that you're going, and that is learn the skills, ignore the indoctrination.
Oh, yeah.
Just
I
learn
mean,
the
I
skills.
hope I don't get sucked in.
Yeah.
Gina, do you have a piece of advice?
I don't have advice. I'm just thrilled that we have, and Katie is a good conduit for this, women that are interested in radio and audio.
Yes.
And that I love that we didn't chase you away from that we helped helped you want to continue with
Launched
that. That makes
me.
Makes me happy.
The piece of advice I have for you is never, under any circumstances, tell anyone that you worked for us. Don't ever reveal that.
Yeah,
okay?
see, now you've
Too
got
late.
Well, but now you've got that other place on your resume. You can.
Yeah, you can.
They all love it. They think they're so curious, and they're like, "That's so cool."
Really?
Oh, that you work here?
You come here right after you're there, and I'm like,
Well,
yeah.
They ask questions about us.
Yeah.
What do they want to know?
They just wonder what it's like, and
Are they as mean in person as they are?
no, I actually work with a lot of women over there.
Nice.
My producer there that I work with is a woman, and
Yeah, I know there are a lot of women behind the scenes.
And we know some of the women in the sales staff because they used to work here.
And I know some of the women who work on the production staff over there.
Yeah.
And they're really sharp. They're very good people.
Yeah.
Really good.
Good people.
Okay.
But yeah.
Then there's only one final question that we always ask every interviewee or every person.
Every exit interview.
Exit interview. You see that door right there?
Oh, yeah.
See it?
Yeah.
Don't let it hit you in the ass.
Aw.
Okay? All right. Thanks. You've been great. Thanks.
Thank you guys. I miss you guys.
You have been one of our better interns.
Oh, thank you.
Actually.
And
I appreciate it.
And don't be offended if in 6 months when you come up to me and say, "Hey, Bill, you remember me?" and I say,
Nope.
"No, I don't. Not really."
I get you, Bill. I won't.
There's just been too many interns.
I won't be offended. I promise.
Good. All right. Nice to have you here. And
Thank you
I'm
guys
glad,
so much.
I'm glad you found your way and you're doing something you like.
Well,
Yes.
I appreciate you for having me and giving me the chance.
It's a pleasure.
And I'm glad to pass the chance along to someone else who could.
Good.
Yeah,
I
so
I
we'll-
have high
yeah.
hopes for Jay.
Yeah.
Who
meet
I
them
think
later.
I think they are going to do
Who is
very
it?
well.
I agree.
Jay?
Jay is right behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Jay is in the place where Cameron Diaz usually is. So
Yeah.
we'll meet Jay
Some other time.
Yes.
Yeah, they're great. So
All right.
I have faith.
All right.
Yay.
Thank you, Corey.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right. Bye.
All right. Oh, we still got a couple of minutes here. Let's see.
I'm all full of olive juice.
Have you been drinking the olive juice? You're not supposed to.
You can. I've just been drinking it out of the bottle.
I think it might help my cold. But
The
by the
olive
way,
juice, really?
if people have noticed I sound funny, I have a little cold. It is not COVID.
And I'll tell you, if I catch a cold because you're being here, I'm going to be very unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
hasn't the rule been since COVID? You really should even stay home if you have a cold.
But I feel bad because I was just gone for.
You could have worked from home.
You got the gear. It's all right. People are placing bets that you're going to call in Monday, though.
No. I'm fine. I'm just fine. I'm fine. So fine.
I hope I don't have to call in Monday.
You're fine. We're all fine.
You know, colds are very contagious.
Yeah.
And we're here in a room.
I felt bad about not coming in.
How much worse will you feel when Carrie or I or both of us get sick?
I'll be fine.
I'm not going to get sick. I've gotten crazy about washing my hands to the point where it's almost obsessive. But I haven't gotten sick.
But you're breathing the air in here.
Here, I'll open the door.
It's not going to help because now Bill Riley is going to get his ice and. Oh no, that's at 8 o'clock. Sorry.
Yeah, it's past. Oh, it's past. Yeah.
But this is 9 o'clock now when people start to file in.
When person starts to
when
file.
person
When a person starts to file.
One person file
Yeah,
in?
a person files in
A
to
person.
work here. Hey, look, a person's working here. We've been really lucky with
persons?
Interns, though.
We really have.
I credit Katie for finding the good ones.
I mean, what the hell? I mean, Dawson even came back for a second round.
Yeah.
That's
we
really
didn't
weird.
beat him up enough the first time.
I appreciate the help because they find the questions for Beat Gina, and then I mutilate them.
I really almost don't know what they do because they work just behind the scenes, and Katie takes care of it.
I stay out of it. That's
edit things. They post
yeah.
things. They
But
answer phones.
all of the stuff that I've been exposed to, when I do notice what they do fabulous work.
I do know that not one of them has gotten me coffee.
One.
That's not their job.
Which is very irritating. Well, I know it's not their job, but they could have offered.
They are busy.
All right.
The reason you don't see them is they're busy.
I'll go get my own coffee.
Oh, there's somebody's getting
Somebody's
ice.
running to get me
That's
coffee.
Bill Riley. He's an hour late.
You're late, Bill.
You're an hour late getting ice. All right. Traffic, please.
Let's see. It's been a pretty good morning, actually. We've had barely any incidents to tell you about. Let me see if that has changed. Crash northbound I-215 west, 39th south in Salt Lake, affecting the right shoulder. And looks like that's about it. If you see something, you can text us 33986.
All right. Well, coming up, we do have for you the next word in the $1,000 a day giveaway. I think this is next week is the last week for this.
It's the month of April. So.
Yeah, okay. So your chances continue next week as well. Every time you enter, it's another chance for you to win the $1,000 that we're giving away every weekday. So that's coming up. And then it's the boner recap. If you can tell us who the boner winner was today, you'll win a fabulous prize.
Yes, Smashing Pumpkins tickets.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll get to that coming up. KXRK Provo, ranlife.com/X96.
We talked to a guy on the phone earlier today who said he was looking, this was right at the beginning of the show, and he said, I'm just having a hard time, a horrible hard time trying to buy a house. Things are in flux out there in the real estate market, and it's now he did say he had a lender. I didn't ask him who, but I'm hoping it was Ran Life. Ran Life can help you in this difficult market. They really can. They've been my mortgage company for a long time, and they are great. A great lending institution, local mortgage company. They are your one-stop shop for mortgages. Now's a great time to purchase a home, especially for you first-time home buyers. Ran Life has home loan programs for first-time home buyers that help with down payment while making sure you get the best interest rate possible. So visit ranlife.com/X96. Learn more about how Ran Life can help you find your next home. Again, that's ranlife.com/X96.
X96.
Up Snuffy and Guffy. Let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
What has happened, we look at the camera. What has happened to Snuffy and Guffy is a tragedy, all right?
They're still on, aren't
it's
they?
It's a crime, what is happening.
You know when they recast Bo and Luke Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Same thing. It's exactly that.
It's exactly that.
I actually heard one.
Recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still using it. They're still using the jingle and and it's like imitations of our voices that we did.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
You only would have heard it if you listened to the Cocteau Twins.
It's a crime. What is happening with Snuffy and Guffy?
Man.
All right.
Well, is it time to do the news?
You can't do that.
I was never clear which one I was.
You were?
You're Guffy.
Guffy.
Carrie, Bill, Snuffy, Guffy. It's easy to remember.
So I was Guffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It just never mattered. That's why I was unclear, because it didn't matter. There were no, they didn't have any clear character traits. They were just two hillbillies.
All right. Big boy news, and it's a tragedy. I'm telling you, it's a crime. What is
Actually,
happening?
I guess they did have. So Guffy,
yes,
was the henpecked one, right? Wasn't I always the henpecked one in the commercials?
That was one of
well,
his.
my wife says I can't.
Exactly.
I've got to go to Smith and Edwards and get myself a new belt. My pants keep falling off.
I'm looking to see. Oh.
What? You have
Do we run some Smith and Edwards
I was
in one of
wondering
our
if
stations?
our country station had that, but
no.
Nope.
Well, they're just 17 seconds, so I doubt they have the characters on them.
There's always something going on at Smith and Edward.
Oh, that's just Pete.
Well,
Pete would hate that I just said that.
That's just
that's just Pete.
You outed him.
You outed the
Carrie.
character.
Yeah.
All right. Big boy news and innuendo now brought to you by
Smith and Edwards.
The Country Boy
Sure,
Store.
why not?
They got everything you want if they can find it.
Send them a bill.
We ought to send them a bill, and they'll pay us in Army surplus.
That's right, Snuffy. I'm
telling you right now, you listen to those ads. It is a crime what is happening.
Let's see if I can get.
I done nuts there for a minute, didn't I? All right.
Edge! I'm telling you, Edge!
We start this at 6 a.m. We go all the way till 7 o'clock at night. Top of the hour, keyword. The more of them you text to 33986, the better your chance of winning 1K a day. Each texted word is an entry into the contest. The word this hour is king. King, K-I-N-G, king. Text that to 33986 now for your chance to win 1K a day with X96, powered by Cypress Credit Union.
Radio from Hell on X96. Turns out.
Channel 2 News at 10. It's Rod Decker, Undercover. What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes, I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fries. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's rake rock.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
Tonight on
Rod Decker, Undercover.
Ace reporter Rod Decker goes undercover at the state capitol. What really goes on at the legislature? What are the power brokers up to? Rod knows the legislators put up a facade when they see him coming with a camera crew, and so Decker disguises himself as a schoolgirl on a field trip with Mrs. Spencer's 6th grade class.
Okay, kids, now settle down. Before we get back on the bus and go back to school, I want you to meet Governor Mike Levitt.
Hi, kids. I hope you've enjoyed your visit to the Capitol today. Very important work takes place here. Do you have any questions? Yes, you, the tow-headed kid with the striped shirt.
What's with the car in the basement? Is that the Employee of the Month's car?
No, that's the Mormon Meteor. It was once the world speed record holder. Okay, you, the boy with the hat on backwards.
How come the Capitol has gold on the top of it? Isn't that a waste of money?
Well, Sonny, that's not gold, it's copper. Like a Duracell battery. And we have time for one more question before I have to get back to running the state. You in the back, the tall, homely girl with the pigtails and glasses.
Tell me, Governor Levitt, will we have to spend tax money on the Olympics? How do you feel about having an official beer of the Olympic Games? What about I-15? Is it on schedule and anywhere near budget? Will tobacco be outlawed in this state?
Hold on here. You ask a lot of questions for a little girl. Say, I know you from somewhere.
I can assure you, sir, that you have never met me before. As you can see, I'm just an average 6th grade girl on a field trip.
You're Rod Decker.
No, my name is LaDonna, and what you're saying is, rather than handle some tough questions from a schoolgirl, you would prefer to make accusations about my true identity.
I knew it. You are Rod Decker. Rod, why didn't you just ask for an interview?
Well, there you have it. Politicians won't even let their guard down in front of innocent children. You can't get a straight answer from them, no matter who you are.
That's tonight on
Rod Decker, Undercover.
On the Channel 2 News at 6 and 10.
Verve pipe. The verve pipe.
I have no idea what that means.
You don't have to.
The verve pipe.
I don't even know why we're still talking about it.
It's a pipe of verb.
Freshman. It is time for the boner recap.
Indeed it is. And do we have a contestant?
Yes, Jackie is here. Jackie's going to tell us who won boner of the day once you remind her of the boners.
Hi, Jackie.
Everybody knows that. Hi.
Hi.
Who's your little guy?
Who's there?
Bryce is with me. We're reading the dinosaur book.
Bryce is enjoying the book, I can tell.
Does Bryce know about Dinger, the dinosaur we were talking about earlier?
Very cute. All right. Let's see. What can...
He's adorable.
How old is Bryce?
He's 6.
Is he yours, or are you just watching him?
He's mine.
What can Jackie win?
Jackie, you can win tickets to see Smashing Pumpkins with special guest Stone Temple Pilots and Rival Sons at USANA Amphitheater on August 1st.
I will remind you of who the boner candidates were, Jackie, and then you tell me who won, and that's how you get the tickets. So we had boner candidate number 1. My buddy wanted to see the bodies. It's about a guy sneaking into a funeral home and FaceTiming with a friend of his various corpses in the embalming room. Yeah. Boner candidate number 2 was, his reward for stopping an alien invasion, you'd think he'd give him a big reward. No, they gave him jail time and a big fine. This is a guy in Ohio, I believe, who was damaging cell phone towers because he said that's how the aliens are invading. They're coming in through the electricity in the cell phone towers. He stopped it. He stopped the invasion, but they're putting him in jail anyway. And number 3, the cafe said, in no uncertain words, this employee's behavior was, quote, absolutely not acceptable. A waitress in a cafe in Japan fired for making cocktails using her own blood. Those were the three candidates. Jackie, do you know which one was the ultimate winner?
That's hard because they're all so bad.
Yes, they are.
I'm going to go with the first one.
You would be
Going to the
absolutely
funeral home.
correct. Good guess. I have the feeling you didn't hear the winner originally, so you made a guess there as to which one you think, and you were right. Number one. So
Correct.
you win. Congratulations.
Yay!
So you have to get a babysitter for
Thank you.
Bryce and
You take Bryce to the concert.
go see Smashing Pumpkins on August 1st.
He'd be rocking his head for
All
sure.
right.
but
He just keeps
babysitter's probably better.
he just keeps chattering away, doesn't he?
You earned a night
does.
out.
He doesn't stop.
All right. Thanks, Jackie. Hang on the line,
Hang
and
on.
somebody will tell you how to get the tickets.
Please let her have a night out.
They don't stop. They never tell you that. You know?
He was particularly active, it seems.
Was. All right. We will take a break. We will be back with plenty of big boy news and a pinuendo for you. Also, we're going to be talking about STIs coming up.
Joy.
I'm telling you that because I know you'll stick around. On the way.
It is local.
We have
Thanks,
late
Charlie.
breaking news from the nursery. Mikkel is on the line. Hello, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
This is Gina's sister, Mikkel.
Hello?
Good morning. Good morning.
Are you at the hospital, Mikkel?
I am. Am I a terrible sister? I'm out here in the hall calling you guys. Why am I doing that?
Because we need to know.
Are you an aunt?
Of course I'm an aunt. I'm
Well,
the aunt.
Well, she was an aunt
Well, I know,
before,
but
though.
are you an aunt
a new
two
aunt.
times over?
Many times over. I don't even know how many times over.
Did Gina have the baby?
Yes, we have a baby.
We've got a baby.
What is it? Is it human?
It's a human baby.
It appears to be human.
Did it come out wearing a little turban and those turned up shoes?
No, but actually there's a funny story which I can relay.
Okay.
That Joe put in a soothing CD, and out come these sounds of all these monkey sounds. It's like a jungle CD.
It's the is it the rainforest? Is that what it was?
It's supposed to be, you know, nice, soothing labor and delivery music, and all of a sudden we hear this. And so then we're out in the hall talking to the doctor who's here, and it's not her regular doctor. And the nurse said, "Don't worry, this doctor's wonderful. In fact, last week or this summer, he delivered the baby orangutan up at the Hogle Zoo."
Oh.
So he's really good.
So Mikkel, it's a little girl. We knew that.
Yeah, Jonesy, she's 7'7",
Okay.
7 pounds, 7 ounces.
and you can braid her hair,
So not that huge.
But a lot of hair, though.
Huh.
but tons of hair.
Did we think she was going to be bigger than that?
She looked bigger than that.
Now.
What? She was huge. What are we talking? What are we mincing words for? Gina looked huge.
She looks beautiful.
Yes, all pregnant women are beautiful and huge. All right.
So 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
But she still is about 10 days early, so she's a good size.
Well, that's a good size.
And everything. And was it a hard delivery? Easy? Was it?
No, not a peep. Gina didn't say a word. Just 2 pushes and out she popped. It was quick.
The baby just slid right out.
Is that because she had the drugs, right? That's why she didn't make a
Oh
peep,
yes,
right?
her thumb was going crazy on the bolus. Absolutely.
I'm tired.
There you go. Get out of here.
Well, that's great
That's good news.
Great news. I just had to. Yeah, she's probably going to kill me that I called you guys, but I had to do it.
No, I think she'll be happy you did.
Okay.
Thanks, Mikkel.
Okay, Alsa.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, tell her to just relax or something.
And a Pinuendo now, brought to you by.
Apply now at Lyft Credit for $500 to $5,000 in just 5 minutes at a rate much lower than payday loans. You could even qualify for instant funding. Go to liftcredit.com. That's liftcredit.com.
Well, San Francisco police have made an arrest in connection to the fatal stabbing of Cash App creator Bob Lee earlier this month. The tech guy in San Francisco, he was stabbed, and immediately Tucker Carlson and all the other right-wing rabble said, "You see what happens in San Francisco? It's gone. That city is lawless. It's too liberal. It's woke.
City.
It's just random stabbings.
It's falling apart."
It's a random stab. It turns out the guy who stabbed him is a guy he knew. He was in a
riding in
car
the
with
car
him.
with- yeah.
He was riding in a car with him. They got into an argument. It's another tech guy, and they got into an argument, and the guy stabbed him to death.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the
No.
lack of policing and law and order and all of that
Woke.
in San Francisco. No, nothing. And of course, Tucker Carlson would not mention that.
Yep.
No.
Why would he?
Why?
Prince Harry's decision to attend the King's coronation in May without the Duchess of Sussex is the most widely debated topic of the week, I guess, in some
I don't
circles,
know why.
with many readers criticizing their behavior in the run-up to the historic ceremony. Also discussed by Telegraph readers this week includes the disruptive 4-day strike action by junior doctors and Joe Biden's historic trip to Ireland to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday agreements. That fired up people as well for some reason. After several weeks agonizing over whether to travel to London for the historic ceremony, or hysteric if you prefer, Buckingham Palace announced that the Duke of Sussex will attend his father's coronation alone. Meghan, it says here Meghan opted to remain at home.
Yeah,
I'm thinking that maybe they didn't invite her.
Or she has 2 babies, and that
doesn't mean
sounded
that's-
like a pain
Or-
to try to.
Or
They have plenty of help, Gina.
Or the family is racist.
That's what I
Or
think.
the answer
Then there's
is
that.
I think they didn't invite her.
I think that she just, I'm sure they invited her. I just think that she's done with them. Don't blame her.
Let's see.
Yeah, why this is a hotly debated topic, I don't know.
Jamie Foxx is doing better, but remains hospitalized as doctors continue to work round the clock to discover what led to his medical emergency.
Nobody's saying. It's weird.
As it was reported, Fox, who is 55 years old, was taken to the hospital after he suffered what's called a health complication. While the medical professionals are still performing tests, sources reveal that Jamie Foxx is on the mend. Insiders gave a status update on Thursday, revealing that the Django Unchained actor is doing a lot better and even joking with family members. Fox's medical emergency was serious, and he will remain in hospital for the next few days, but details about it are scarce. He's communicating now, and that's good news.
It's very strange.
It's
What
almost
could it be?
a stroke. That's what I'm guessing.
You think?
He had a stroke. I'll bet. The proposed alignment of Utah's Bonneville Shoreline Trail crosses hundreds of private parcels of land where a mighty freshwater lake once lapped against the Wasatch Mountains, the Bonneville shoreline. Easements or titles to some of the land has to be secured to complete the trail. Now, they've been working on this for years, and it will continue. I think it will continue years into the future. A lot of it is completed. Now, this is a dirt trail, a road, essentially, mainly designed for hiking, and mountain bikers use it a lot.
Okay.
It's an exciting project because ultimately it goes from Nephi to the Idaho border.
To be able to just ride the whole
That would be,
thing?
I think that's incredible. Now,
Wow.
you can't now because there are portions of it that are still private, but easements or titles to some of the land has to be secured to complete. When it's completed, it will be 280 miles from Nephi to the Idaho border. This week, the vision got an important boost when the Trust for Public Land finalized a deal to buy a 4-acre parcel in Bountiful to secure access to a newly built trail segment through North Canyon in that area, with just a tiny piece of the whole shoreline puzzle. but it's still a linchpin completing the trail through Davis County. So it's, let's see, I'm looking here at the map. It's almost entirely complete in Davis County.
That's cool.
It's there's a lot of it done in Weber County. The worst place is like between Draper and downtown Salt Lake.
Because there's
area.
a lot of homes
There's a lot that hasn't been completed there. So, and then from Brigham City up into Logan there's almost nothing done yet. But it will eventually happen. They're determined, and it will go. German officials seized nearly a ton of cooked bats.
Bats? B-A-T-S?
Yes. Wow. And a ton of unrefrigerated fish after police stopped a van that had entered the country from Belgium into Germany. Federal police said a patrol Monday stopped the vehicle at a highway exit and found the bats hidden under the fish. A vet from the local Consumer Protection Office was sent to the scene and ordered the bats and fish confiscated. 31-year-old driver who's from the country of the Ivory Coast faced a criminal complaint. So, administrative procedure. Cooked bats.
No
Can't
thanks.
imagine.
Well, you want them raw? I mean,
well, I guess if those are my choices,
Would you care for a slice of bat?
Please.
Disney has announced that Splash Mountain at Disneyland in Anaheim will finally close beginning May 31st.
it closed a while ago.
And,
That's what I thought, too.
And released conceptual artwork of what its replacement, Tiana's Bayou Adventure, will look like. Tiana's Bayou Adventure will be coming to both Walt Disney Resort and Disneyland Resort, according to a blog from Disney. The new attraction will be themed around Disney movie The Princess and the Frog. Currently, Splash Mountain is themed around a movie that nobody sees because it's essentially been taken off the market and has been for decades. Song of the South. But they still have.
They're doing Princess and the Frog theme.
They for some reason they have kept that Song of the South stuff there.
They're adding more Princess and the Frog theme throughout New Orleans Square. The restaurant there, I can't remember the name of it, but they're changing it to Tiana's.
Makes sense.
The ride's theme was based on Brer Rabbit's adventures in 1946's Song of the South, which has been criticized for racism.
Rightly criticized.
It says, as long as I've been CEO, Song of the South was, even with a disclaimer, just not appropriate in today's world, said CEO Bob Iger.
Someone says, I was at Disneyland last week and Splash Mountain's still open. Why did I feel like they made a big deal?
Well, because they announced that they were going to close it. Now it's official.
It was like, we're going to close it any day,
Yeah.
and then they kept it open and kept it open.
The magic of the bayou is calling. So listen closely. We're digging a little deeper into the experience. Now, let's see. A burglar was found hiding in a beehive.
That's not a good
in
hiding
England.
place.
Well, who's going to look for you in a beehive? A man was arrested on suspicion of burglary over the Easter weekend after police found him hiding in a beehive in Wellington Borough Garden. The incident happened in Midland Road after a resident rang police with a report that an unknown male was in her kitchen.
I don't know this male in my kitchen.
As North Hamptonshire police spokeswoman said, a 31-year-old man from Wellingsborough was arrested on suspicion of residential burglary following an incident at Midland Road. At about 11:30 p.m. on Monday, the occupant found an unknown man in the kitchen. He left and she called police. PD Rocky has conducted a search of the rear garden. The man was found hiding in the garden and arrested. They revealed that he was hiding actually in an empty beehive at the bottom of the garden.
Oh, bother.
Cottage cheese, ice cream.
Cottage cheese ice cream.
Nope.
The latest do-it-yourself
Nope.
frozen treat.
I'm willing to try just about anything. But
let's see what it says here.
Yeah, what does it say?
This is one of these TikTok things. You can go to hashtag cottage cheese on the video sharing app. It's been viewed more than 7 million times. Health-conscious and adventurous foodies have been sharing their cottage cheese ice cream recipes. The creamy concoctions have been blended with sliced fruit, honey, syrup, peanut butter, chocolate chips, sprinkles, nuts, everything that you would expect. Apparently, you use flavored milk and cottage cheese, and then whatever sweetened ingredients you want, and then you freeze it. So it's sweetened up cottage cheese, so that it's, it may work.
No, Carrie, don't go along with this. You don't have
Several
to.
TikTok users who have made cottage cheese ice cream recipes, they say that it is superfood. It has a slow-release protein benefit for digestive health when compared with traditional dairy ice cream.
You can just say no. You don't have to go along with this.
I mean, to me, the
picture
appeal
looks good.
The appeal of cottage cheese is that kind of saltiness. I like to put salt on my cottage cheese.
It is, they say it's high in protein, low in fat, and the picture looks good. I mean, it looks like really creamy, sweet stuff. I think when you say you freeze it till it's firm, it's not like it's hard as a brick. It just, thickens it up like almost to the consistency of ice cream, I guess.
What?
Yeah, ice cream.
Exactly.
Weather?
So it's colder than it looks outside because it looks kind of nice.
Yeah.
But 39 is all the warmer it is out there.
Don't be fooled.
The sun will deceive you.
Grab your coat.
50 for a high today. 58 tomorrow. Then we're back up in the 70s, it looks like, by Sunday, Monday. Next chance of showers is Tuesday, and we cool back down into the 50s.
All right. Disney World closed its Splash Mountain first. That must have been the confusion. All right. Okay. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Stand by.
Hello, X96. Oh, hello, Bert. Bert, calm down, okay? Look, hang on a sec, okay? We'll talk to you on the speakerphone. Hang on just a second. Bill, it's Bert.
Oh, man. Bert, again? That's the third time this week.
Come on now. The guy's going through some real tough stuff right now. We may be the only friends he has left.
Well, why can't he call and cry to Dom?
Dom DeLuise has deserted him, too. I mean, look, let's talk to him. I mean, he's really hurting.
Oh, all right. Put him on the speakerphone. Okay. Hi, Bert. It's Carrie and Bill.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Bet you're real excited about that Cop and a Half movie finally coming out, Bert.
Bill, Cop and a Half has been out for a year, and it was a stiff. Bert, I saw that movie. It was great. I bought my own copy. You were great. That kid sucked.
Yeah, sorry, Bert.
Thank you.
Well, hey, how's Lonnie doing?
Bill, Lonnie dumped him some time ago. Don't listen to him. She's a lying bitch, Bert. You're better off without her. And she looks like hell. Yeah, she looks like a mortician does her makeup.
Yeah, she looks awful, Bert. Not like you. You look great these days.
Yeah.
Saw you on Evening Shade the other night, Bert. Hey, you doing something different to your hair?
His hair fell out years ago. Nobody can tell, Bert. It looks great. Very natural.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice. You must be paying big money for those rugs.
Oh, listen, Bert, I'm real sorry. I mean, you call us up so that we can cheer you up, and, well, I just don't think we're doing a very good job.
No.
Bert, is there another old friend that you can call?
I know, Bert. You ought to call Dinah. What's Dinah Shore doing?
Way to go, Einstein. Dinah Shore has been dead for months.
Oh. Well, how about we have him call Sally Field? Is she still alive?
You idiot.
I already knew about it, so I'm not shocked.
I wrap my rascal 2 times because I like it to be joyless and without sensation.
Here we are. What a perfect intro to talk about STI Awareness Week.
Yes.
With Heather Bush, who is the HIV Prevention Manager for the Utah Department of Health and Human Services. Good morning, Heather. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for having me, you guys.
You're welcome. I have just one basic question for you before we get into the nitty and the gritty.
Right.
Why do we say STI now instead of STD?
I knew you were going to ask that question because I heard you guys talking about it yesterday. So STD stands for sexually transmitted disease, and which replaced VD, if you guys remember, venereal disease.
For everyone.
Yes, exactly.
Harry has that.
I have that somewhere.
That's the best. And then, but what they kind of realized is, well, they're not all really diseases. They're infections that are transmitted from person to person through sexual contact. So then they came up with STIs.
There you go.
But the CDC still calls them STDs. So you'll hear us kind of use them interchangeably.
We're versatile. We can handle it.
Yeah, exactly.
We can do that.
Yeah, all right.
But I'm a little scared because the headline of the information you gave us says Utah is in the top 10 states for fastest growing STI rates in the country.
That's kind of old news, though, too, isn't it? That we often lead in this category.
Yeah, and it's really hard to determine because we have a low population, we have low rates. So if we get just a few more cases, then that shoots up and it makes it look really distorted. That's not to say that we aren't seeing increases, because we are. And we do have a lot of concerns around that because it just keeps going on the rise. We do have more people here in Utah. During COVID, a lot of people weren't getting tested. So now we're seeing people getting tested more. We're seeing people getting together more. And I think, not to sound like the old lady that I am, but kids these days.
Kids these days.
Exactly. Maybe don't have the same information or the same.
I think you're right.
Fear, maybe, or the same
Concern?
reference that some of. Concern maybe is a better way to put it.
Well, it's it's no fun to get one. I can tell you that from experience, from when I was a kid.
Yeah,
and
it's kind of a rite of passage in ways. We'd like to
I
avoid
would
that
rather
for people.
not have had that rite
exactly.
of passage.
But the most common STIs and the ones that are on the rise the most, chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis, they are all treatable with antibiotics. But they also often do not have symptoms. So if you don't know you have them, and you don't get tested, don't know you have them, you're passing them to other people, and then they cause long-term problems and are a lot harder to cure. So that's why we really encourage people that if you are having sex, unprotected sex, multiple partners, any of those things, no judgment, just as part of your routine and your health routine is get tested every 3 to 6 months or at least once a year.
And where can people get tested?
Well, we have a couple of different options. We have a new program through the Department of Health and Human Services of at-home testing.
Really?
Lots of times people don't like to get tested because they don't want to go someplace. They're maybe embarrassed or they live in a small town. And so everybody at the clinic knows them. They don't want to be seen going in there, or maybe they just don't.
Jack's boy, right?
Hey, stop it.
Exactly. I was thinking
listen,
that. They live in Payson. They live
Again,
in Salem.
I went through that. I went to the druggist, to the pharmacy, and they knew my grandparents who I was living with, and they said, "Well, you know what he's got, don't you?"
So how do you get the at-home test? That's a great thing.
Yeah, so it's really great. So we have them for chlamydia, gonorrhea, and HIV. So people can qualify, see if they qualify for a free at-home test because we only have so much money. And they can go to hivandme.com/testing. And you'll see 2 options there. There's test at home and then find a clinic. So find a clinics where you can find places around Utah in your area where you can go and get tested. But then the at home, it'll take you to a survey. You fill out that survey. Basically, it's looking for, again, we only have a limited amount of funding. So we're trying to offer the free test kits to anybody who is at the most risk. But it will also give you options if you don't qualify for the free test. You can still buy the at-home test and or you can still go to a clinic or someplace local.
I think we should point out, too, that except for HIV, don't let these things scare you to death. They're infinitely curable. I mean, you can take antibiotics for a month or what, I don't know what the course is, and it'll go away if you get it soon enough.
Exactly, and that's the thing is they may not have symptoms, so you may not know you have it, but getting tested is really easy, and getting treated is really easy, and for the most part, fairly inexpensive. And with these tests, it's free. And with HIV, even with HIV, yes, there's no cure. Yes, it is a long-term disease, but we have wonderful medications now, and the sooner people get on them, the longer and healthier and more normal of a life they can lead.
This is Heather Bush. She's HIV prevention manager with the Utah Department of Health and Human Services. We had a story in the news yesterday or the day before. You know about this? You know what I'm going to ask you, don't you? As a morning after kind of deal, you could take I forget what, doxycycline, and that'll nip it in the bud if you have it.
Yeah, and they're kind of looking at that as a great option. Some of the concerns with that is that it can create antibiotic resistance, especially if people take it too much. But it is an option. It's something that we haven't really explored or promoted at the Department of Health and Human Services, but it is something that people can look into. There is a post and pre-exposure prophylaxis, PrEP or PEP, for HIV. So people can take a medication every day. So if you want to look at it like the pill, so they could take it every day at the same time very regularly, that can help prevent HIV. It's very effective. But one of the one of the kind of side effects of that is that people then don't use condoms, and so then they get
other things.
You get too cavalier about the whole thing, too.
So,
perhaps.
it's always looking at things as a combination, and also always looking at things as we have options. It's not just you have to wear a condom every time you have sex for the rest of your life. It's looking at what is my situation, where am I, what is my risk, and then doing things that you need to do to reduce that risk. So, it's things like, especially like during the height of COVID, I want to go out, so I'm going to wear a mask. I'm going to, those things, you just kind of think about what your best options are.
I need you to use condoms.
Just quickly, too, and I meant to mention this before, you say that sometimes you don't know you have the symptoms, and correct me if I'm wrong, but unfortunately, men usually will know when they have, if the women don't know about symptoms.
It really varies, and it varies from person to person, and it varies on the disease. But, and people men are less likely to get tested, and sometimes they'll say, well, my girlfriend got tested, and she's negative, so I must be negative too. But yes, people often pass it with not, with ill intent. It's because they don't know they have it themselves, or those symptoms went away, or they didn't recognize them. They thought it was a UTI, something like that.
So where do you go again to find out more information?
HIVandme.com/testing, and HIVandme.com is just a great place to get information about HIV and STIs in general.
All right, Heather Bush, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Use a condom.
We'll be back with Boner of the Week. Stand by.
X96 and Garbett Homes.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
That's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my favorite.
And
he's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and dropped off some toys. But
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about...
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
chainsaw guy. Actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well,
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
That's when
I went. Oh well.
You didn't like his advice, and then you looked into it, and.
Yeah.
But
I said, where
because he thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
Where did you learn this stuff? I said, did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and said, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how's that Gina doing?"
Is that your Chainsaw Guy impression?
Yeah.
It's terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy, if you're listening. We have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard he was doing
like the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy.
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
he could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, yeah. I want him in here. I need to see him. I
don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty,
and he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes,
there's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show to where you will have the chance to.
Well, I'll
make
good on. If I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him Carrie says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the...
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, hey, hey, hey,
Yeah.
and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the, what is it, the Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy?
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
And
then you can have all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, can you come over right now? And I said, no.
yet.
Yes.
9:53 boner of the week.
Hey, is that why Dave's here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, how are you, David?
Hi.
It seems like I just saw you about a week ago.
I know.
Oh, that's funny, isn't it?
Every week.
It's every week. That's right. Dave, the flower guy, is here. He has been selecting the boner of the week for us because we're incompetent for the past 35 years. And it's a pleasure to see you every week. Don't forget, if you see Dave around town, he usually has flowers for sale. Buy them from him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm starting to mow my lawn. Yeah.
Oh, it is time, isn't it? Yeah.
I've got all my equipment in the shop getting tuned up,
Ready to go. Good for you. How many lawns you doing this year? Do you know? About
50.
50?
Uh-huh.
God, you're crazy. I'm crazy, man. All right, here we go. Dave, we're going to give you these candidates. You tell us who was the winner. Number one from Monday. Whatever you do, don't eat his bait. So a Florida man who attacked and killed a bird, a blue heron, in front of his kid because the bird was eating his bait when he was fishing.
Like birds do.
Don't eat his bait or you're in for it. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. You know how kids are. All they focus on is the sex stuff. Oh, it's the graphic novel, the Anne Frank graphic novel that had a couple of little tiny bits in it that from her diary,
actual diary,
where she discussed puberty and growing up and things like that. And there's sex in that. It minimizes the Holocaust,
Mm-hmm.
No, it doesn't. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. Who's doing the grooming, huh? Representative Brian Slayton, suspected of having an inappropriate relationship with an intern, an underage intern. Records show that he is very, very, very anti-LGBTQ, and he's used his power to exploit an intern. Isn't that great? Boner candidate number 4 from yesterday. Well, it's really okay to get a 12-year-old girl pregnant as long as you marry her and stay married. Missouri State Senator Mike Moon defending his child marriage views by saying, listen, I know a 12-year-old who's girl, and it was okay because it was a 12-year-old boy that got her pregnant, and they got married, and they're still together.
He didn't say that at the time.
No, he thought that would justify or make what he said even better. No. And finally, boner candidate number 5 from today. Oh, my buddy wanted to see the bodies. Guy breaking into a mortuary, FaceTiming with a friend of his so he could show him the dead people in the embalming room. So, Dave, those are the candidates. Who won?
Number 4.
That would be, it's okay to get a 12-year-old pregnant as long as you get married and stay married. Yep. There you go.
I approve of your choice, Dave.
They were all good, though. They were just scum of the earth.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Oh, that means I have to find it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, let me click on that. Sorry. And where did it? Oh, there it is. I got it. Okay.
We know you miss the Radio from Hell show on the weekends.
Well, if that's true, I've got good news for you. You can join me, Bill Allred, at IFA Country Store, 1147 West, 2100 South, this Saturday from 11 to 1. There'll be free food, and I'll be passing out the new X96 State Flag T-shirt.
Don't forget about the petting zoo.
How could I forget about the petting zoo?
We should get our own Radio from Hell petting zoo.
Tune in Monday morning and find out if Bill stole a baby duck to add to our brand new Radio from Hell petting zoo here on X96.
I love baby ducks.
So what are they going to run after the remote for the promo?
Then you're going to tune in to see if we have a petting zoo on Monday.
It'll be okay.
All right. It's more about the petting zoo than...
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Olive juice.
Marcy is next.
Kicking